shit. Are you ready, Dr. Claw? With the raid. Bringing in his peeps. Check out my 007 incher. Oh. Yeah. Gonna whip out my PP. My PPK. Oh, gonna show you my gadget. Wanna look at my gadget? Oh. It's got a trick to show you. And that trick is this.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
Oh yeah, it's got a ninja mission. My gadget's got a ninja mission.
Oh, yeah. What is up, everybody? How are we doing today? Suppose I'll get on screen here. What is up, everybody? How we doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're going to hopefully finish up some 007 First Light. We got about 11 hours in it, and it's a 16 to 20-hour game-ish. So we'll see if we can't get her wrapped up today. I hope we should have enough time. Also, great the dumpy Katie. My wife has some new emotes. She is absent from stream and absent from house today because she's gonna go and get her hair did. She's gonna get a cut and color of her hair. Gonna come back feeling like a new lady, I guess. Texas Heat have anything to do with the haircut? Yes, absolutely it does. Yeah, for two reasons. One, I'm balding. The hairline's going back, so having a lot of hair doesn't look super great, and it's hot. It is super hot here in Texas. I'm not sure if it's triple digits yet. Not yet. We got up to 94-ish, something like that yesterday. It's 88 right now. So, as soon as the hair comes in a little bit, it'll darken up the scalp, or if I get some sun on it, but yeah. It's all about balance. Z gets less hair, CK gets new glorious hair. Yes, I know. I wish I could have my glorious hair back. I used to have long, awesome, wonderful, thick hair, and I took advantage of it when I was young. I grew my hair out when I was young. My dad hated it, of course. And little short story about that. I had long hair in high school. I grew it out, and I grew it to about shoulder length. My dad hated it, and my car broke down. And he said, I will fix your car so you can get to school using your car. And, you know, I'll fix your car if you cut your hair. And that sucked because I had to cut my hair because I needed my car. So he made me cut my hair. And I was never the same afterwards. Never the same. Like I said, thank you, Dr. Claw, for the raid there. B Golem. Thank you for the 2 months resub. Glad you liked the show enough to sub for the second month. I appreciate it. Fresh Prinz, how you doing? Thank you, Luker. Appreciate that. Doesn't Texas have dry heat? No, Texas is humid. It is a wet heat. We're in the southern states, and it is humid. Denver has dry heat. Mountainous climates have dry heat. Austin is a flood warning, like the flood warning capital of the fucking United States. I don't know. Probably not the United States, but we are low to the ocean, and we get the humidness for sure. It sticks to you. Did your dad call you a fucking hippie? Yeah, he did. I would say that he used some choice words to describe me when I was growing up, and hippie was probably one of them, I'd imagine. No, it's not the heat, it's humidity. I'm telling you, man, I can live out in the desert with that dry heat all day. But you walk outside sometimes in Austin, and it's just like, and it's stifling, dude. It's not as bad as Alabama or Mississippi, but it is pretty bad. It's just, it makes it like, for someone who comes from a mountainous climate like myself, like I grew up most of my life, lived most of my life in Montana, and then I moved to Colorado, both mountainous, dry climates. When I go outside in Texas, it feels like I can't breathe because the air is like, it's like breathing butter. It's like, like I gotta chew it to get it in my lungs. I too had shoulder long hair when I was 16. Then one day decided to cut it. The hairdresser almost didn't want to do it. The first time my mate saw it, he was like, "What the fuck?" and walked out. And then back in, "Oh, new haircut looks nice." Yeah. No, my favorite after getting a haircut is the "Oh, you look so good now." So before I looked like trash, I looked like dog shit before. I look good now. Thanks. That's why I like living in high desert. It's dry heat, so my central air conditioning easily deals with it. Yeah. Zeke, if you don't know about Gold Bond powder, you're welcome. Oh, I know about Gold Bond. No, I learned very what the power of Gold Bond is when I was running. Like I was on a workout regimen. And that Gold Bond saved my balls and thighs many times. Many times. I would always powder up before I'd go on a run. Or going to festivals. Yeah, going to festivals, going to any place that you're going to be for a long time where your nethers are going to get sweaty. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Even though, it's always bittersweet. Or not bittersweet. That's not the right word to use. That's not the right word to use. It's always weird. I'll just say it's always weird when a celebrity dies and they've done nothing wrong, like morally wrong, but the things they produce you hate. Like, one of my most hated songs of all time is Total Eclipse of the Heart. Probably because I was a karaoke DJ and that shit is like 8 minutes long and it's super slow and people want to sing it like the whole way through at a bar, and it just brings down the fucking energy. But you can't hate the person for writing it. So Bonnie Tyler, yeah, I heard about that earlier today.
You're a cunt.
I am a cunt.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming round. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening to the sound of my tears.
And that always was weird, like listening to the sound of my tears. I mean, are they falling on like a snare drum or something? Like, I have never heard tears. I have never heard tears like, I guess if they fall on something loud, like a, I guess you can sort of hear drops of water like landing on like a piece of paper or something. Yeah. You aren't crying correctly then. If you can't hear the sound of your own tears, you're not really crying, are you? Are you? Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, come on. It's not meant literally. How do you figuratively listen to the sound of your tears, though? I get the context and the.
Thank you for your money.
By context clues, I understand what she's saying, and I get the sentiment of the thing.
Once upon a time, I was falling in love. Now I'm only falling apart. There's nothing I can do. A total eclipse of the heart.
Thank you, Pete. No, I get the sentiment behind listening to the sound of my tears, but it's like. I'm trying to come up with something like, my brain was like, hearing the sound of my soup. Like, does your soup really make a sound? It's just confusing. It's confusing. I would rather it was like I get some every now and then I get tired of looking at the trails of my tears. That's fine. You look in the mirror, you see the trails of your tears, your eyes are all red and puffy, like that I would get. But listening to the sound of my tears, do they make do your tears make a little fart noise when they come out like that's some tight tear ducts, man. Yeah, looking at the tracks of my tears. Yeah, same. Oh, you know, like Binding of Isaac. You know, that's funny that you say that. Yeah. Binding of Isaac does have tear sounds. Like when it makes that. You're right. You're right. They did add to the sound of the tears. Am I enjoying 007 so far? Oh yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be still playing it. I wouldn't play it all the way to the end if I wasn't enjoying it. And I like that there are options to just like, you don't have to play it like Hitman if you don't want to. You don't have to be stealthy the whole time. You can actually, you know, if you're good enough or lucky enough or mash hard enough during like the stealth scenes, you can fight your way out of everything, which is great. It's been a fun time because I'll start trying to do the stealth, and as soon as someone sees me, I'm like, all right, let's brawl. And then I keep doing it that way until I win eventually. Sorry to call you a C word. Javi, you called me a C word? I didn't even know you did that. And now I'm mad and I don't forgive you. I didn't even notice before you said that. Or I didn't even realize you did that. Thank you, Nameless Nebulous. Clever, conductive, creative, cobees, courageous, companion. This is so random. Have you played The Witcher 3 or are you planning to play it at some point? I was like, that's such a random thing because The Witcher 3 came out how many years ago? Like, Witcher 3 The Wild Hunt came out 11 fucking years ago or 10 years ago. I put 109 hours into it. So I think I beat it, right? Maybe I did. I don't really know. I don't know if I beat it, but yeah, I put 109 hours into it, so. Yeah, there's DLC next year. I was like, that's a random question for an 11-year-old game. Like, are you planning on playing Super Mario 3? Like, why would I be planning on playing it? But I guess there's DLC coming out, so I get it. I get it. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Play These Nuts. Why do you do this, Pete? I'm not going to read any of that. That's got to be for the chat because I won't read that. I refuse. Wait, are you planning on playing Super Mario 3 Arsenal? No, I'm not. I just picked a random old game. God damn it. Jesus. Oh, what did you say? Oh, there's a copy pasta from Scott. Okay. Zeke, I could use some cash. I'm trying to train a monkey to shoot a gun at people I don't like. I assume the monkey doesn't have any moral objection or remorse. I figure it's the perfect crime, really. You know what? I'll throw you a DM. Okay. Now I get it. Oh, funny you mentioned that, Pete. We actually watched Obsession last night. No kidding. We watched Obsession. And it was awesome. It was really good. Brutal. They really did a good job with the creepy vibe. Yeah. Especially, I won't spoil anything, but there is a scene in a car There's many scenes in cars in that movie, but one in particular that if you've seen the movie, you'll know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I was sitting there and Katie was like, "Why are you laughing? Should I be disturbed that you're laughing?" I do have to say, Zeke, if you don't give me the money, you will be on the monkey kill list. You're going to get a monkey down to Austin to kill me. Good luck. That monkey will take will step 1 foot off of the plane. I'm guessing you'll fly it here. I don't know how you're going to get the monkey here and go, "This too hot. Fuck this. I'm going back to Colorado." Actually, no, you're right. Monkeys like the jungle. So never mind. Never mind. I forgot what climates monkeys are in, but monkeys are jungle animals, so I would assume they'd be fine down here. Damn it. Will you start SMB3 today if you finish 007 early, or will you start tomorrow? Just know whether to rush a BRB. I'm not playing Super Mario Brothers 3. I'm not playing it. It'll be a strange time indeed if you ever see a fucking Nintendo game on this channel. I mean, that's not 100 month, like, of my own choice. Yeah. Also, if you guys see, that brings up a good point. If you guys see Enshem, ENSHEM 75, Enshem 75 in chat, please let them know to check their whispers since they won the If Then for July. I don't know if whoever that is reads their whispers or whatever, but they have won. So we'll give that a few days, see if they notice. And hopefully they whisper me back at some point with their game choice. Have you had time to check out local joints and such? Cidercade? No, Tex-Mex. Have not checked out many local joints yet. No, honestly, like, I'm just such a ball of stress until my house gets sold that I haven't had, like, I don't know if you've ever had like a stressful event in your life, but if you have, it just consumes like your entire brain space. And it's really hard to like let it go and relax. Yeah, it's called being an adult. Shut the fuck up, Scott. Have you tried jerking? Yes. I've tried all of that. Yeah, no, you're right, Megasiv. Nintendo are not doing AI. They own their studios. They're paying their employees, not randomly firing them. No, it's good. Like, I don't mind supporting Nintendo. It's just their games are not for me, for the most part. Here in the South now, Zeke, let go, let God. Yeah. Yeah. But in answer to your question, like, I haven't really even thought about anything. Like, that's why this, by the way, if you guys were not aware, I will be leaving in a week, actually. I'll be leaving in 7 days. I'll be gone for a week. Katie and I are going to go visit, our bi-yearly, I would say, like every other year we go and visit her mom in, Washington State. So, yeah, Mr. Vacation, this month's weekly vacation. I know. And Kate, no, honestly, Katie gets up my ass she's like, "Don't you like taking vacation?" I'm like, "I take so many vacations." She's like, "How many vacations have you taken?" And she's like, "I take way too many. I don't want to take vacations." But I feel like that's what the If Then is for. It's so I can, take vacations when I feel like it or when I want to. Is Max taking the dogs? No. We wouldn't do that to Max. we're going to take him to doggy daycare for the week. If seeing her family is vacation, might as well jump in front of a train. Telling you, man. Telling you. Telling you. Hear that, folks? Stop paying him up front. You know, my life might be easier if I was a bum on the street. I might have less stress if I was just living out on the street, begging for change and food and stuff. I'm not saying it'd be easier. It might be less stressful, though. Don't worry, you'll get there. Yeah. I'm sure I will. Burning Man this year? Yes, we are going to Burning Man this year. Yep. Yep. I'm going to take this week vacation and then work for another month and a half and then on a 2-week vacation. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. So, another vacation. Absolutely. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Well, fuck it. I'm not on vacation now, so let's play some 007. I am, however, at a little trip. Take a little trip. Take a little trip with me. Spencer, thank you for the 500 bits. Appreciate it. And Vincent giving a sub to Everything Will Work Out. Well, let's hope so. Let's fucking hope so. All right, if you weren't here yesterday, we left off. There's a big fight, and I gotta get through this big fight. And I'm not sure if it's something I can run through or I have to kill everybody. But if it's like anything else, everything else in the game, I probably have to kill everybody. When are you going dooming, Zeke? I probably will play the DLC. I might actually even check that out tomorrow because I have almost 100% in the base game of Doom Dark Ages. There was a glitch with one of the achievements that I should have gotten but didn't. And it was I don't know what happened. Or I don't know if they fixed that or whatever, but I did 100% that game. Oh, fix the green screen? Sorry. Yep, this part.
Listen up. We have 2 hostiles on the move. Last known position, data center east. Drop on site, no quarter.
This'll be fun.
Don't get cocky. They broke through a ballistic barrier. That suggests heavy weapon. I've got visual on him! Watch out, it's him!
Well, that didn't work out.
Bye. Got you! Over here! Over here!
Ah, it's wide. Okay.
He's up there! You're mine! Shoot him!
They just keep on coming, don't they?
You are going down! Cover me! I'm jammed! Preston! Going down!
You're getting 3 nose shots.
He's in my sights! I see it! Right bloody there!
Cover me!
I've got eyes on him! He took his weapon! He's in my line of sight! At my gotta beat him! He's been disarmed! Reloading! Keep firing.
Bond, still with us?
You won't get rid of me that easily.
Wow.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm almost at the flight deck. Get here as quick as you can.
Do my best.
Watch your back below. Take it. Take cover! Where is he?
Damn, I can't believe I did that.
No visual on target.
No, we're not. We're playing on normal difficulty. Intended, I guess, is what it said.
Engage. Down there. Get your eyes on him.
Don't let him escape.
We need to flush him out. I'm wounded. Got eyes on him. Watch out! I'm reloading.
Something to remember me by.
Get in the open. The threat is down there.
Ow. Oh, what? Nice shot, you fucking dick. Are you kidding me? Oh, damn, I didn't know those guys were such good shots.
Affirmative control.
Oh, no, I gotta do it all again? Fuck you.
Last known position, data center east. Drop on site, no quarter. This'll be fun. Don't get caught. They broke through a ballistic barrier. That's
What in the world? Brace yourself.
my eyes.
In my sight. Cover me. Cover and shoot. Right.
They just keep on coming, don't they?
Fire when ready. Flash him out. He's got his gun. There I It's in my sight. In my line of fire. Target in range. Target below.
There. There we go. Okay.
Bring him. I see him. Down there. He's in the open.
Bond, still with us?
You won't get rid of me that easily.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm almost at the flight deck. Get here as quick as you can.
Do my best.
Okay.
Where the hell did he
I didn't think I could do that again. I thought I did pretty good that time.
Don't let up. Get him. Coast is clear.
Oh,
Gotta keep going.
hey. Coast is clear. Let's go.
Come on, just push through.
Yep, gimme. There you go. More chemicals. Are you fucking kidding me with that?
flush him out?
There we go.
Fly
Force him out!
Oh, 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 oh. Stay down, stay down. Oh, there's a guy. There's a guy.
He's in my sight, at my location. I've got him zeroed in. He's done for. Keep the fire up. Got a casualty. We need to get him. He's on his own. Watch for explosives.
Little late for that.
He's cornered. Move in. Here we go.
There we go.
Next stop, cargo deck.
Big socket wrenches. Oh yeah, they make them that big actually. That's not like comically
Can't be
big.
late. Let's go.
Oh,
I'm going in. The hit. Oh, I got him there. I've been wounded. He's reloading. Move fast. He's hold up. Flush him. Guess I get all the glory for myself.
oh yeah, bitch.
Coast is clear. Gotta keep going.
All right, can we get a checkpoint? Are we getting one? There we go. Reload that gun. We like that gun.
Next stop, cargo deck.
Okay. Yeah, I might actually pick up Black Flag, the remake, because I didn't play the original.
That better be the last of them. Moneypenny, if you're there, listen carefully. It's worse than we imagined. Webb is covering up Thayer's mistakes, and Damien is needing to prove it. Moneypenny, do you copy? I can't keep up this pressure forever.
Get down, you dipshit!
Can't be late. Let's go.
There we go. Yeah. Will you stream it? Yeah, absolutely.
I'm at the flight deck. What's your status?
Popular as ever?
Well, hurry up.
Nope.
The place is crawling with mercs. And if they spot me, I'm done for.
I'm sorry, I'll try to not die faster. Done you good. Forcing out of cover. There! Up there! Come on! Hurt!
Come on.
Coast is clear.
Okay.
Gotta keep going.
He's aiming! I'm back! Keep pressing!
Where is it? There it is.
I can see
Gimme.
it. There.
Thank you. Ow.
Throwing grenade! Pin him down! Throw it now! Push around! Move on him now! I've got eyes on him!
There we go.
Right! Come on! Come on!
There's a lot of bad guys.
That better be the last of them.
Okay. It's not.
They just keep on coming, don't they?
It's down there!
Prick. Situation contained. We did it. Maybe. Perhaps. Probably. They just keep on coming and coming. I just want more bullets for this rifle that I have because I like it. Oh, this is as fast as I go? Come on, man. Oh, okay. Nope, can't vault over that. Nope. Gotta take the stairs. Dude, what the fuck? Where are the fucking stairs? Oh, maybe that? Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go.
Maybe I can hitch a ride.
Hey, Space Spoon, thank you for 6 years. Fuck yeah, dude.
That guy in Little Gold.
And Plagues V2, thank you for the 5 months. Oh, right. Jumpies. Jumpies. Jumpies.
Error. Weight imbalance detected. Please vacate the loading area.
Make me.
Scanning cargo.
Make
Stand
me.
by.
Greenway, I'm near the flight deck. Get ready for liftoff. Greenway, acknowledge. Damn it. Gotta hurry.
Evening, fellas. Is this the way to the rooftop bar? No?
You hear that, Lawrence? The man's thirsty.
Let's quench it for him. Finish him off now!
Well, these guys are strong, apparently. I should just shoot them. Do I have a gun?
Evening, fellas. Is this the way to the rooftop bar? No?
You hear that, Lawrence? The man's thirsty.
Let's quench it for him.
Do I have a license to kill? I don't.
Ah! Don't let up! Son of a...
There you go. Didn't count on the
Really didn't want to have to do that.
pocket laser, did you, bitches? Just don't get hit. Done, Patterson. Done.
Greenway, I'm almost there. Talk to me.
Thank you,
Just a little further.
Mr. Chat Watcher Man.
Greenway.
Bond, I'm holed up inside the helicopter.
Okay.
I need you to draw their attention while I raise the platform.
Sounds good.
How do I reach you?
Your only chance is to jump across from the control room. And I won't lie, it's gonna be tight.
That's what she said.
The moment you break cover, they'll shut the hangar doors to lock us in.
If I don't make it, go.
Bond, distraction. Shoot the pipes.
Good call.
What pipes? Oh, those pipes.
Engaging lockdown. Forward. Stand clear of the cover. Noted.
Go to the control room, Bond. Clock's ticking.
Flushing him out!
Now or never, Bond. Through the window.
Ow! Ow! Fucking kicked me in the face! He kicked me in the face!
Cover. They'll shut the hangar doors to lock us in.
If I don't make it, go.
Engaging lockdown. Stand clear of the cover. Noted.
Go to the control room, Bond.
Oh, right.
Clock's ticking.
That's not the way. Hey. There you go. There you go.
Hurry up, Bond. The control room. Now or never, Bond. Through the window.
There he goes now. Got you.
You motherfucker! God damn it! Oh man, I was 2 steps away from the cutscene.
Cover. They'll shut the hangar doors to lock us in.
If I don't make it, go.
Bond.
Take cover!
Engaging lockdown.
Oops.
Stand clear of the cover.
Vaulted! Goddamn, dude.
Hurry up, Bond. The control room.
Covering fire! Stand down! I'm wounded! Take him!
I ran out of bullets at the exact wrong moment! Fuck! I did not mean to do that.
Break cover. They'll shut the hangar doors to lock us in.
Watch out!
Engaging lockdown. Stand. Noted.
He's down!
Time is running out. Get to the control room.
Keep the pressure! Can't see a thing! Lost sight of target! Watch for explosives! Hold it! I'm reloading now! Stop moving!
That was worse. I'm getting worse.
Cover. They'll shut the hangar doors to lock us in.
If I don't make it, go.
Watch for explosives!
Engaging lockdown. Stand clear of the cover. Noted.
Go to the control room, Bond. Clock's ticking.
Randall! Get him out of that! Casualty! He's flying! Get him!
Hurry up, Bond. The control room.
Stay focused. He's nearly done. He's not good. He's in my sight. On my position.
Now or never, Bond. Through the window.
There goes nothing.
Can you please get down?
Watch out! Flash!
Oh, that was, yeah. There you go.
Back! Cover me! I'm reloading!
Let's go! Shut the fuck, Scott, take that off of the game command. I hate you so much.
Where are you going?
Thank you, Matilda.
We need to finish this. Greenway.
You were right. I couldn't have known, but I didn't even try. I never even looked.
You're giving up. We can't let him win.
There is no we. I'm out.
What is that top you're wearing? Holy
Moneypenny.
shit, Moneypenny.
We need to round up.
Not here. Come on.
That's a choice. Oh, that's right. This all takes place on one night and she was on a date. That's right. I forgot the last 2 hours of the game, or 3 hours or whatever. Like, she was on a date guiding us through stuff.
Come on, get in. I looped the security feeds in the lobby and the elevator. We don't have a lot of time.
No, we don't. They're wiping everything at Web HQ. We need to send a team over there right now.
Look, it's not that simple, James.
What?
We messed up. Going to Web's... You don't do a thing like that without consequence.
Consequences for Webb.
He is a very powerful man.
What's wrong with everyone? First Greenway, now you.
For Greenway, this is a whole different game. What he learned tonight, it changes everything for him. He doesn't deserve your anger.
Well, perhaps not, but still.
What we did tonight changed the rules.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
You get one more.
Coffee.
Could do with a cup. No.
Okay.
We call it the null space. Whatever goes on in here never happened. No surveillance, not on any blueprints. It doesn't exist.
If you hope to bury this, you're out of luck. I don't care who Webb is. We need to stop him.
What we do is not up to us anymore.
Oh.
Is this Em stalling?
Zoom in on that
Where is
ass.
she? I'll talk some sense into her.
Be careful what you wish for. Just through here.
Somewhere you can actually hear a guard
God,
console
we've done
her
much
date
time.
over the
There's been a
phone. Oh,
development.
that's funny.
Sir Nicholas Webb sent me this. In case you're wondering, it is footage of you and Greenway assaulting Webb HQ. 2 of my agents rogue on British soil.
Well, that doesn't change the
It
fact that...
changes everything. He is accusing you of terrorism. He CC'd half the cabinet. As we speak, there are arrest orders with your names on them working their way through the system, and my future's not looking much brighter.
Well, we just have to show them what we found.
Oh, God, don't be so naive.
Now that's more American. Like, God damn it, Bond, you destroyed half the city. The mayor's up my ass.
It's one thing that you broke into Web HQ. It's another that you got caught, but leaving without proof? You couldn't have botched this any worse had you tried.
But you're not handing me in.
Of course I'm not. I'm sending you on a black op to collect the irrefutable proof we need to bring down the webs. I am putting a lot of trust in you. Don't you dare disappoint me.
Yes, Mom.
Moneypenny?
Mom. Yes, Mom.
Go and finish the mission brief. Bond, you go and see Q. You're dismissed.
Bring down the weebs. On it. Can do.
I told you I'd set her straight.
Huh.
And what about Thea? It's obviously compromised.
This mission is strictly off the record, so we can't use it anyways.
MI6 needs to shut it down right now.
And then what? Em needs to play her part and aid in apprehending her rogue agents.
And Thea will assist.
Yes. However, I'm taking a few pages out of 009's playbook. I've already set up hundreds of breadcrumb trails for rogue agent James Bond on the run. That should buy us some time. Meanwhile, you, Mr. St. John Smythe, do what billionaire playboys do best. Go to a luxury resort. The trip booked a year ago. No one will suspect a thing.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Can you go over the mission brief again? I missed it. I was concentrating on
Hurry,
my
Bond.
wounds from the
Luxury
battle.
resort, you say? Sounds awful.
So, we know Damien is heading to Vietnam. I've managed to figure out his destination. The exclusive resort, the Pearl. According to his social media, St. John Smythe was really looking forward to his stay. But unfortunately for him, he bears a striking resemblance to you. And
All
some
right.
odd mix-up with the permit for his private jet is now
That gets you your
taking
sword
off.
back, Scott.
I dare say he will stay grounded until you send word it's safe to clear up this misunderstanding.
Pearl. That might take some time.
Actually, it might. Without Thea, you're in for some good old-fashioned spy work.
The thing I'm worst at. Can I solve it with my fists? Oh no, everybody's gone. I can't look around at stuff no more. No one's doing nothing. Lazy developers. Oh, they reused the same name from View to a Kill. Also lazy. Oh, did they? The same nom de plume, as it were.
In the zone, are we?
Bond. Now, I say great work at Web Industries. Well, the whole business is dreadful, of course, but silver lining, finally some real failure is not an option spy work.
Q is actually downloading a car.
Living by one's wits, no safety net, gets the blood flowing, no?
Right. Well, speaking of silver linings...
Nice try, but you won't need a car where you're going. Besides, she's not ready. Oh, and Waters left you a new service pistol and a suppressor, just in case.
Oh, yes! Suppressor!
This time.
You know how it is, Q.
Nice!
Easy come, easy go.
Finally! I can shoot people without being noticed.
Take a look. I'm sure you'll find something to your liking.
Let me grab this first.
You take good care of us, Q.
Don't take too long deciding. There is a warrant for your arrest, after all.
Oh, I get 4 now. Oh, nice. Okay. So we want the dart phone. The missile pen. Okay. Laser strap, dart phone, missile pen. Have never steered me wrong yet. I like it. I like the loadout. I'm sticking with it. The missile pen, also known as the cock rocket, Billy Mays here for subbing to Zeke. Are you tired of watching streamers that are not subworthy? I'm not. I use my Prime sub on Ezekiel the Third, and I've never looked back. 9 months ago, I saw him. Sorry, I'm done. Thank you for the resub. All right. No, the laser trap is just good for all kinds of different stuff. It not only can blind people, but it can like set off traps, cut chains, like that kind of shit. It's so versatile. I don't know any other gadget that's that versatile. The dart phone is good for like covert shit. So I got that covered. Plus it's chemical. And then if you want to get loud, I got the missile pen. I wish I wanted something else, but I like what I got. I like my loadout.
Q, I've been meaning to ask. You ever heard of a ghost pattern?
I'm no expert, but I believe it's a probability paradox. When one has a large enough data set, accidental patterns emerge from the chaos. Coincidences that appear deliberate, random events that seem meaningful.
If enough people slip on banana peels, it starts to look like banana peels are out to get us.
Spot on.
So, Sir Nicholas Webb.
Fine line between genius and madness. Present company excluded, of course.
Of course.
Of course. You want a random one? All right, Azrae. Here you go.
Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke.
I'm glad it was that one. I like that one. I got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke.
How did we not realize that Webb was covering up Thea's mistakes?
Confirmation bias, I suppose. We saw what we expected to see. Thea was supposed to be infallible, so no one searched too hard for evidence to the contrary. Thea made us complacent and risk-averse. Hopefully this whole sad affair will serve as a wake-up call.
You really are a glass-half-full person, aren't you?
Well, depends on what's in the glass.
You have a lock on Greenway. He was in a rough spot when I last saw him.
Greenway knows our playbook front to back. If he doesn't want to be found, there's not much we can do about it. Look, Greenway has had the rug pulled from under him. Give him some space.
Well, I'm ready to head out.
Front gate's too risky. You'll need to take the sewer exit.
The sewer?
Can't be helped, I'm afraid. Let me get the door for you. There. It's right through the wind tunnel. Just watch out for the Bakerloo line. Only kidding.
Right.
Good luck, Bond.
Thanks.
Sorry about the shoes.
Buddy. All right. I guess I'm going into the sewer. Love you, Science Papa.
So, tell me, James, are you familiar with the scientist Benjamin Quan?
Quan? I read about him, I think. Some kind of green energy pioneer?
Full marks. Neutrino voltaic energy research. Sadly, he died last month in Singapore under ambiguous circumstances. 3 weeks later, a solar geoengineering specialist died in Orlando, Florida. Circumstances equally ambiguous.
Dare say a pattern emerges.
Indeed. Thea flagged these seemingly unconnected deaths as consistent with the MO of an elusive terrorist, Caliban, a rabid extinctionist who believes that mankind is a cancer on the planet that needs to be purged.
Sounds delightful. Safe to say this Caliban is not too keen on scientific progress. What's it got to do with Webb?
Here's the kicker. According to Interpol, Caliban's charred remains were recovered from a Mexican landfill. And according to forensics, he's been dead for months. Now, if this is true...
It means Thea made another blunder.
Another ghost pattern, yes. We believe Damien is in Vietnam to cover up this latest mistake. Likely, he plans to stage a copycat killing, making it look like Caliban is very much alive and kicking.
Confirming Thea's original conclusion. Who's the target?
I'm afraid we don't know. That part is up to you.
Oh, I'm steering the boat. Go between them? Are you crazy? I said don't go between them. Yeah, dude, look at this water. This fucking, let's just live here. Holy shit. Beautiful oceans, cheap cost of living. Why doesn't everybody just live here? Oh, China, right.
All right, time for a little Q&A. Who are we playing today, James?
Smythe. St. John Smythe.
And what do we
St. John? What the fuck is that? I've never heard that word in my life.
do for work?
We run our own company. Same-day courier service called Go Get It. Launched it a year after turning up.
Oh, it's the English pronunciation of St. John. St. John. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
Back in the music business.
Why would we do such a thing?
Too many arseholes and egos.
Lovely. And Vietnam?
Once a year, we hop on a plane and venture somewhere to recharge our creative juices. This year, when the dice rolled...
Like
Vietnam
Sinclair,
came
St. Clair,
up.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd buy it.
That's because I'm selling it so well. There's the pier. And the welcoming committee.
Time to get in character.
Yeah, no, I just didn't know that. I didn't put that together because, like, that. No, that's a common thing in every language. Like, English has, we've shortened going to gonna. Okay.
Welcome to the Pearl, Mr. St. John Smith.
That's St. John Smythe, my dear.
Of course. The staff and I are very pleased to have you with us. This way, sir.
You smarmy git.
Yeah, boatswain, bosun.
Told me to get into character.
Well, you are a natural, James.
That's Mr. Smythe to you, my dear. I'm just getting started. Decent.
Your villa
No,
is this way.
The very
We
thing that
pride
makes English
ourselves on
wonderful is
its
also the
simplicity
thing that
and
makes it just
expression here at
frustrating
the
as
Pearl.
shit.
As such, we do not keep digital records of a guest stay with us. I'll need you to sign the ledger at reception to confirm your arrival here.
I need
Okay.
eyes on that ledger.
I'm gonna get a drink
On point, James.
real quick. Never
Explore
mind.
the place later.
I guess I'm not gonna get a drink.
Of course.
One more thing. There's a package waiting for you inside your villa.
Well, I got a package waiting for you inside my villa. I'm Bond, James Bond. I mean, St. John Smith.
It arrived this morning.
Smythe.
Enjoy your time at the Pearl, Mr. Smythe.
I most certainly will.
You are a little too good at that.
At what?
Being a bit of a bellend.
Ah, what can I say? Just seems to come naturally.
Being a bit of a bellend. I love it. I love it. I mean, I gotta say, maybe my favorite, like, UK slang is for dick. Like, the different forms, the different, like, pseudonyms they have for dick. My cock, my John Thomas, my bellend. Bollocks. Knob.
I think I'm going to enjoy this place.
Yeah, this scene definitely gives the Connery vibes, yeah, for sure. He's even kind of dressed like him, too. How he used to have... Connery Bond used to dress.
Talk about a killer view. What is it?
Just open it. Q-Track, a smart bug, designed to protect assets in the field.
That's new.
Once inside the bloodstream, it tracks location, heart rate, and vital signs for up to 24 hours, before it's then broken down by the body.
And the glasses?
Q glasses. They see everything, recording it back here at MI6.
So you see what I see.
Yep. I get to live vicariously through you for the next 24 hours.
But
Look at your dick. Look at your dick.
Once you get eyes on
Quickly,
the
look at your
potential
dick.
targets, I can confirm it's them through the glasses.
Wonderful.
Pop them on. We're live.
Good stuff. Yes, I am this handsome.
Hang on. Ah, yeah. That ego of yours is fogging up the lens.
Touché.
Right. Enough tech talk. I need to calibrate the glasses. Shush buds. Always wanted a pair of those.
Well, if you're lucky, I'll bring you back a pair.
Oh, noise relief. Oh, noise canceling. Okay.
So that's what a £1,000 bottle of bourbon looks like.
Old Grandpa Bourbon. Wow. Little Pappy Van Winkle. You know, the funny thing is, sometimes I'll spend money on expensive liquor just to see. I have never, ever been impressed by an expensive liquor. Oh, wait, scratch that. One time. One time I was impressed, but it wasn't, well, maybe it was expensive. This was like $300 something a bottle, maybe 400. I had some Crown XO, like the original XO, and that was like amazingly smooth. I was pretty impressed by that one. A friend and I shared a shot of it.
Compliments of the Tranquility Cave. All organic, gluten, and cruelty-free. That's some next-level spa stuff.
Great. At least I'll smell good when Damien shows up.
Okay, glasses calibrated. Time to get eyes on that ledger, so we can find out who it is Webb is here to kill.
Well, you need different processes. The expensive liquors are not a monolith. I know you love to drink. I don't love it as much anymore. It's what you have to pay for afterwards, getting older. It starts becoming a higher cost the older you get.
Money penny?
I'm not talking about money.
Eyes on Damien yet?
Traced him to an airport in Farnborough. Boarded a private plane to Singapore with 5 other men that I haven't been able to identify yet.
If you'd like to follow me, Mr. Smythe, reception is this way.
So, what do people do for fun at the Pearl?
Depends. Some guests prefer to simply just be during their time here. We also offer a traditional healing ceremony, which is very popular with our guests. It completely realigns the body's spiritual energy.
Sounds intense. I won't cry, will I?
Many do.
I think I'd rather repress.
Here we are. Reception is right over there. My colleague will help you get signed in.
I doubt you'll have too much trouble doing that in the Emperor Villa.
Oh, hello.
Tell me you're not checking out.
I'm being upgraded, actually.
Of course you are. It must be important.
Very.
Lorca?
The Emperor Villa will be ready shortly. Please make yourself comfortable while you wait.
Oh, I'll do that, thank you.
I didn't catch your name.
I didn't give it.
The subtitles did, though.
Attractive mystery woman 1, St. John Smythe. Nil. Eyes on the ledger, James.
Right, yeah. Ledger. On it. Afternoon. Here to sign the ledger. Make my stay official.
Mr. Smythe, we've been expecting you.
Give it a flick through, so I can get a look at names.
Sign here, please.
Got what I need. Running a check.
All done. Enjoy your stay with us, sir.
No, you don't have to tell me twice.
Okay. Got 3 profiles that fit Caliban's MO. Ramon Hernandez, billionaire philanthropist. Geneticist Teresa Lorca, who you just met. And Ellis White, bit of a rock star scientist.
Let's go find our 3 potentials.
All right.
There's a sunrise yoga class on the jetty tomorrow, followed by a cocaine demonstration with a Michelin
A cocaine demonstration?
You know, I'm not a morning person, and if I'd wanted to cook, I'd have stayed at home.
How about we do the glass bottom boat tour? That couple from yesterday recommended it.
I'm perfectly happy watching the sea from our terrace. Thank you.
Just had Q in my ear. Don't use the dart or laser on anyone we need to bug. They can interfere with the Q-Track's functionality.
Q doesn't want me to have any
Fuck!
fun.
Those are my 2 best weapons!
No, I'm sure I've seen you before. Models.
Oh, it's so I gotta distract them in a different manner.
Savage.
I get it.
You've got that dangerous energy. Name's Trent. You ladies into adventure? You should come to my yacht. We could take out the jet skis. Could use some bikini co-pilots.
Bikini co-pilots. Hate to break it to you, but talking like that doesn't do you.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Yes, you can tell me where I can find Mr. Ellis White. He's a guest of yours.
Ah, yes, Mr. White. I spoke with him earlier at the Velvet Lantern Bar. Perhaps you could try that.
Ramon Hernandez. Wouldn't know where I could find him, would you?
Unfortunately not, sir. I'm not permitted to give out that information.
Come on, he's an old friend. Help me out here.
I understand that, sir. But Mr. Hernandez's security team have requested that we do not give out any information on his whereabouts while he stays with us at the Pearl. My apologies.
Don't suppose you know where I can find a Miss Teresa Lorca?
Oh, yes. She was here for the convention. But I'm afraid I do not know where Miss Lorca is right now.
Moneypenny, what have you got for me, envoy?
Crux Magazine's 2025 Man of the Year. They call him Mr. Magnetic. Developed a liquid that binds microplastic particles to separate them from water so that they can be safely removed. Made him a very rich man.
You know what else? The water's like glass and the air actually smells clean. I'm telling you, even the towels feel like they're worth more money than my cars. It's easy to forget about bills, emails, and the rat race back in London here. Just sun, sea, and someone topping up your drink before you even notice it's low.
Oh, you'll love this. One of them came over when you were in the bathroom. Invited me to come to a party at the Ocean View Bar with his famous friend, Ellis White.
Ocean View Bar, Ellis White. Got it.
Deal in the eco-science world.
I hope you told him to get lost.
White is at the Ocean View Bar. Marked it for you on your Q lens.
Thanks.
I bet it has a view of the ocean, unless it's just a clever name.
Exhale.
Apologies.
Sorry.
Unintentional. Just coming through.
Let me just check your body here, your posture. Yep.
Wouldn't know where I can find the Tranquility Cave by any chance.
It's right on the top. Oh my god, it's this guy! Oh, fuck me, dude. come on.
Thanks.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Whoa. You might want to take a look at that stress aura around you.
Thanks, you look great
enjoying
too.
your stay with us, sir.
No, yeah, YouTube, TikTok. He's a guy who, like, someone will show you a life hack, quote unquote, and then he'll go like he'll show you like the way that you're supposed to do it, and it's easier that way, and then he'll go, you know, like, what the fuck are you doing? That's not a life hack. Yeah, unimpressed by dumb hacks. There you go.
Can't come this way, bro.
Like, okay, put it this way. Like I saw one of someone doing a grilled cheese sandwich, and instead of using the spatula to flip it over, they took the spatula and put it on they put it on top of the pan, or on top of the sandwich in the pan. They flipped the pan over, and then they flipped the pan over and put it like that. And it was just like such a silly way to do it.
Bro, invite, yeah?
Oh, sorry.
My mate's throwing a bit of a jaw. If you don't have an invite, can't let you in.
Of course. I probably left it in my suite. I'll go and fetch it.
Bro, can't come in without an invite.
That was interesting. Who makes flyers as
Brew?
private
Who says brew?
wife, apparently. And one with a distinct black appearance. Speaking of which, I'll go see if I can order this.
Listen to me and listen carefully. You're my assistant. I don't
Afternoon.
care. This is your job.
Down,
Assist.
boy.
Make it happen.
That's our target, Ellis White.
Man likes a drink.
You know what else?
Q-Track still works if he swallows it, right?
You read my mind.
Yeah, a magnetic energy. I elevate this stuff. And then these up.
I don't think so.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Nobody
This
just
is
walks up to
genuine,
another guy.
man.
Jesus Christ.
You lost, man. Private party.
St. John Smythe. Big fan. It sounds like you got yourself a drink problem.
I manage. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, the bar. Apparently, my friends and I have been bothering some of the other guests, so they shut us down.
Oh, maybe I can help.
Maybe you can. I misplaced the keys to the minibar, and I'm getting thirsty.
I'm getting thirsty.
Taking a walk with my pal Jonty here to go fetch a new set. He'll show you where. Do that, I'm all yours. What do you say?
Happy to.
My man. Jonty.
My
I
man.
can't believe I'm doing this. Babysitting the fanboy. Why am I stuck walking you and those tiny shorts to the bar to get a set of keys I told them couldn't be got?
Just point me and my shorts in the right direction. I'll do the rest.
Easy for you to say, Brew. I tried getting them earlier. They wanted to throw me out only for Ella stepping in. Now, if I so much as breathe near that storage room, they'd toss me out on my ass. So, anyway, go you.
You don't sound like this, Smiling Big.
The key's in the storage room behind the bar.
They
Go
actually
get that
flew
bar
them
key,
in to
buddy.
go for the resort tonight.
I'll be right here waiting
Love
for you.
his show.
Okay.
Watch it religiously.
I'll take all the wine, please.
Let's
You
show
know
wine.
you're going to have to get rid of the barman first.
Remember
know.
the time he called that sous chef a donkey?
Time to order off menu.
Can't wait to see what sort of treats he comes up with for the menu.
Imagine, we'll be eating what people normally have to spend months on a waiting list.
What can I get for you, sir?
A bottle of Blanc de Blanc Brut 83 when you're ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but we don't carry that one here at the Pearl, to my knowledge. Perhaps I can interest you in something else?
Look, truth is, I'm planning to propose to my girl today. Have it all worked out, the ring, the words, everything. I just need that bottle to make it perfect. Help me make this day one she'll never forget.
All right, sir.
I'll see what I can do.
You're a lifesaver.
Lucky girl. If she were real, of course.
Every night since they've been here, it's the same thing. The American and his gang of friends drunk, making so much noise. I've had so many guests ask me to do something about it, but I can't.
Management tolerates it because he's spending so much money to be here. The man could set the place on fire, they still call it atmosphere. His money is louder than we are.
At least they shut the bar down. It was getting out of hand.
Won't do much good. They'll be back at it. What was that?
You better go check it out, probably.
No trouble, I hope. Just a quick check for peace of mind.
Shut the fuck up, Pete. I swear to God, dude.
Got them. Nice. Let's head back to the guys. Pretty smooth work getting those keys. I'm not gonna lie, I really thought you'd blow it.
Ye of little faith, Jonty. Wasn't that hard to get them.
Yeah. Anyway, I was wrong. Respect. You might just fit right in with us.
Thanks. I think.
Yo, party people! The key masters have returned.
My guys! All right, let's get our drink on.
Wee! Yay! Yay for us! Yay!
Join us for some tasty beverages.
Okay, tasty beverages coming right up. Hold on, let me look at this real quick. Someone has been crafting his personal logo on the back of a postcard and gone to town on it.
Oh, Ellis. There really is no end to your talent. All right, folks.
Bar's
Bar
open.
is open. What'll it be?
Something that kicks hard like a mule. I'm sobering up here.
Yeah,
You and me
a mule.
both, hermano.
Tequila Slammer, that's you.
I do make a mean tequila slammer.
Read my mind.
Now that's more like it,
One
Brie.
slammer for Mr. Magnetic coming up.
Catchy, right? Crux coined that one. I'm actually trying to copyright it at the moment. Wasn't too keen on it at first, but my new lady friend over there, she digs it, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I bet she does.
Between you and I, it's like shooting fish in a barrel here. It's like bang, bang, bang. Then back to my villa for X-rated wrestling. You get what I'm saying, bro, right? I don't need to spell
Dude,
it out.
I like this guy.
No,
He's my kind of people.
I want to punch him so hard right now.
What?
Me too what?
From me to you. One tequila slammer.
To my new friend, Smythe. It is true what they say. Not all heroes wear capes.
You're all right, Smythe.
Tequila Slammered.
Very kind to you.
Q-Track is live. You can get out of there now.
All right, let me just ask some questions.
Not sure. My ex went nuclear, threw me out, took the dog, slashed my threads, deleted my favorite TV shows, like total meltdown. So, called the boys up, took them out here with me. You know the way it is, brah. When life gives you lemons, turn them into margaritas.
I fucking hate this fucking guy. I hope we have a cause to shoot him later.
What brought you to the convention?
The sequel to Magna Liquid. I call it
Magna Melt.
Breaks plastics down in seconds. Gone. Poof. Like that shit never existed. I'm talking clean
Like
oceans
vaporize?
in our lifetime, bro. Need extra bank to move it into full production.
Any plans for tonight?
Oh, yeah, there's that hootenanny in the restaurant. Need to make an appearance. Got my eyes on a hot Portuguese chick I met at the convention. Tess? Terry? Teresa. Yeah, that's it, Teresa. PhD in seaweed or some shit. She's into me, you know, so it'd be rude not to.
I've met her. Time for me to shoot. Remember, drink responsibly.
No chance. Jonty, you're up. Plant yourself behind that bar and keep those drinks coming.
You got it.
But my
You know,
coach,
to be
he's
honest,
like
I always like being the
super serious
bartender
guy,
at a
tells me
house party.
I'm progressing faster than anyone he's
I
trained
wouldn't want
for.
to. I mean, I probably could do it for a living, but I really liked it.
So he pulls me
doing it
aside
in
and says,
social
"Ellis,
situations.
You get this shit," and puts me in an accelerated program for high-level thinkers, because jujitsu is cerebral, right? Someone like me tends to think 10 steps ahead all the time, so it's a natural fit. You know, right now in this moment,
I feel like I'm ready to compete.
After 3 months.
Damn straight, babe. Look at me. I'm Rocky with a PhD.
6 times a week. Where do you get the stamina to keep going like that?
Well, actually, sometimes it's 7 when I'm feeling wild, which is a lot of the time.
7 times a week?
Yeah, you better take a break there, honey.
That's not funny, guys.
Gotta keep those delts symmetrical, you know?
Of course.
Who's gonna
Trust me, I need it more than you do.
snag that party flyer there?
You know,
Shame.
you wouldn't believe how many
The
people
cute
out
one's
there
retreating.
don't even know what delts
Probably
are.
off to look up Sauvignon Blanc.
I actually know what Sauvignon Blanc is. We cook with it.
Oh, of course. It's terrible. Ignorance can be so blissful.
Oh.
Ellis tracked.
2 to go.
Damien has boarded a commercial.
Oh, look at that.
Halong
Her
Bay.
butt is coming
Tickets were booked under
out
aliases.
through the back of her dress. It's so bad. Oh my God, no. Oh no. She is shitting through her dress.
Now is not
Or her skirt. She's cheeking out.
Looking at what you've built back there, and I did a lot. I'm going to call it and say that it was
Oh, okay. So I could have distracted them.
I'm the one dealing with this rubbish.
I could have distracted him that way. Instead of climbing over or whatever.
gets by on salmon, kale, and a lot of things. Anyway, apparently she's a marine
Right,
biologist
that's it.
and an assistant professor at the University of Lisbon. Overheard her talking about it with one of the staff showing her to the Serenity space.
Serenity Space.
There we go.
Sounds like a fancy name for the bathroom.
Let's hope not. Anyway, it's in the center of the resort.
Don't we all?
I messed her up real bad. Hey, do you know where the Serenity Space is, buddy?
So hot here. Could really murder a beer.
Easy now.
Easy. Oh, does Bond have the cow game on his phone? I don't know. I haven't looked. He doesn't use his phone
That's
a lot,
her,
honestly.
Teresa Lorca. What's your plan?
Get close and apply it on her skin.
I'm not allowed
I'm
in.
sorry, Mr. Smythe.
Yeah.
But the Serenity Space is full at the moment. I can have someone fetch you as soon as the spot becomes available.
I'll come back later.
Of course. Apologies again.
Oh,
Don't mind me, madam. Just testing the waters.
Some people use their hand.
There you go. My papers! No!
Thanks. You again?
Genomic analysis of Marinobacter and its role in alginate biosynthesis.
Yeah, I'm in genetics. It's boring science stuff, Mr.
Oh, names now. John.
Teresa.
I like boring science stuff.
Oh, my head is blocking the
Sorry.
boobies? I don't know where to go! I already moved myself so
You
you can
asked
see
for it.
everything. There you go. Oh,
Well,
the butt's way better
algae
anyways.
are inherently more efficient at carbon removal than terrestrial plants. Their entire surface is dedicated to the act
Give me
of
them titties.
photosynthesis.
Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole.
They absorb as much carbon as all the plants and trees on land combined.
Thanks, Spencer.
Someone was paying attention in biology class.
Only to the parts that mattered most.
So, there's this particular strain of algae called Chlorella vulgaris that absorbs more CO2 than any other plant on the planet. That's why I'm here at the convention, to secure funding for this super strain I'm developing, which will be our most potent weapon against climate change. Potentially.
Oh my god, that's so interesting. You know what's interesting about algae? It's the fact that...
That's simple, huh?
That's simple.
No, it actually is quite interesting that algae is like the one thing that might be able to save climate change, like, because this is true stuff. Like, algae absorbs more CO2 than anything else on the planet.
How about another?
The Emperor Villa is ready for you, Mom.
They've got a habit of doing that, haven't they? Perhaps another time?
Algae can't beat capitalism, climate change here to stay.
I should hope so.
You're right. You're right.
See you around, John.
Bye, baby.
All right, Romeo, snap out of it.
I do like a woman who experiments.
Jesus, James. Really?
Because she's a scientist.
Your new lady friend, Teresa Lorca, now tracked and in the system.
Now, time to find Ramon.
Okay, so I touched her skin and we're good to go. I'll just take the other way. Or maybe not. Never mind. Never mind. This corner is fucking trying to fuck with me. I hate it. Never mind.
Hi there.
Walk their circle is unbelievably good. They plate it up like art.
You know, I swept the exterior of the place this morning, and there's a potential security issue with that cliff face. Someone could steal it, get onto the villa grounds. Should I raise the issue with Hernandez or not?
Nah. Ramon stays at the Hung Villa every time we come here. He won't move.
The Hung Villa, of course. That's where I would go if I was there.
Which is very close. Just below where you are, actually.
Right. Let's try the quiet way in.
Nice man spread, dude.
Something I can do for you?
Good afternoon. I'm here to see Mr. Hernandez.
He's busy.
And it's important.
So is his yoga appointment.
Which is exactly why I'm here.
Where's the one from yesterday?
He quit. He got bent out of shape over something.
He took Mr. Hernandez's blue yoga mat after their session. He won't do yoga without it.
I'll go and fetch it and be right back. The sooner we can get Mr. Hernandez feeling sensational, the better. Need to get my hands on that mat. We'll find another way in.
James, the yoga center is inside the Tranquility Cave.
Got it. On my way.
Yes. You should enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh, this is cool. Holy shit. Look at this fucking place. It's really tranquil. Do you guys like it here? I'm from America, by the way. Did you know that? Hey, is it tranquil here, or is it just a name on the cave? Is it really a good place to go?
You know what I mean? I feel really uncomfortable around all that security he brings with him when he stays here. Oh, do you know what happened to Hernandez's yoga mat? Yes, that one. The garish bright blue one. He's insisting I bring it, but Kung took the session yesterday at the Hung Villa, and I can't seem to get...
Kung went to Hung?
Story true? Thanks. The party? Yes, I'm working. I'll see you then.
My eyes are stinging.
Very sorry.
Sorry, I had to sting him twice. It doesn't last very long, that eye stinger, for civilians at least.
What are you up to?
Improvising yet another role.
Please remember to bring Mr. Hernandez blue yoga mat for his next session. His guards outside the Hung Villa won't let you in without it.
From what I can see, there's been multiple attempts on his life. He's not one to back down, and clearly he doesn't give a damn who he pisses off.
I like him already.
You like this? This is how I get tranquil,
I'm just
bitch.
trying to get through.
I do that for no reason too. I just turn on the awful music for no reason and leave because I'm a dick.
Yoga candy dead ahead. No need to ask me twice to do a downward dog.
Oh shit, yeah.
Kind of place. It's whatever I want it to be, hun. I'm paying enough for it.
Ladies?
Ladies.
Good afternoon.
Hey
Here
there.
for Mr. Hernandez's yoga.
Going through.
Nice work.
Master of disguise. That was easy.
Oh, in your playthrough there was someone in that room. Oh, really? Okay.
How about a discount? I'll show you how to shoot a gun.
Guns don't really align with my spiritual values.
It's unbelievable. Pink sky, golden ocean. I mean, this place is something else. I feel like I'm getting paid to supervise sunsets.
Ramon Hernandez!
Wow.
Don't you move.
Please! Who the hell are you?
Now relax. I'm not here to cause trouble.
That's him, James.
Keep your hands where we can see them.
Not so sure this was a good idea.
You better have a good reason to be here.
I'm with MI6. We believe your life is in danger.
Wrong. It's your life that's in danger.
Ah,
Help me out,
shit.
Moneypenny.
Whoever you're talking to,
Agua
say your
Verde.
goodbyes.
Tell him we know about Agua Verde.
Agua Verde. We know about your connection to Agua Verde.
Stand down. You have 30 seconds.
The terrorist Caliban. We think you're his next target.
I'm always somebody's next target. A simple phone call would have sufficed, Mr.
Call me James. And it wouldn't have because I wouldn't have been able to give you this. Swallow it. Allows us to track you and your vitals for 24 hours.
And after 24 hours?
You piss it out, I stop the bad guys, and we all go home.
Give it here.
Really?
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need a cigarette
guess-
to calm
okay.
my nerves.
Okay, I guess that works.
Casa es su casa, James.
Wow, just drank it up. Hey, someone's trying to kill you. Drink this. Yeah, he sniffs at first as if he's like, I can sniff out any poison known to man. Don't worry. I'll know if this is something bad, I suppose.
Vaya con Dios, James.
Wait.
Will we see you at the festivities tonight?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Oh.
By the way, believe this yoga mat is yours.
Oh, okay.
Gracias, James.
Caliban. What do you know about him?
Terrorist, fanatic, master assassin. Believes people like your boss are a cancer on the planet and should be purged. Real charmer.
Sounds it.
I mean, if some rando came up to me and said I watch Zeal on Twitch 5 days a week, then I would take whatever they give me. Fair. Fair enough.
The cards have spoken.
The lovers. What do you got?
That thing, Ramon took. Are there any side effects?
I guess we're about to find out.
Damn. I can see why he took it. I'm so trustworthy.
You forgot your gear.
Yoga life's not working out. Too much of a stretch.
All Q-Treks alive.
Boo!
Hernandez and White all present and accounted for.
Hey, Moneypenny. Where are Damien and his men now?
On the ground at Halong Bay. I'm tracking 2 SUVs that met his group at the airport. They're about a 3.5-hour drive out from you. That means you have 3.5 hours to prepare.
Perfect. And I've got some time to kill.
So let's go get a fuck on.
What are you doing?
Relaxing.
Yes, sir?
Cocktail, please. Surprise me.
James, what?
Little did I know, after speaking to bartenders, they fucking hate that. I used to do that. Like, hey, what's the special? That surprised me. They fucking hate that, apparently. And I didn't know. I thought it was fun. It's not. They got a job to do. Make it quick, make it simple. Don't ask them to surprise you. If you're trying not to piss them off or be rude or, fake rude, just know what you want and order it.
Playing at?
I'm taking a moment.
Are you serious?
I thought that's why we did it, to piss them off.
Who says I'm not?
Of course you are. Why wouldn't you be?
Ramon took that Q-Track pretty quickly. What did you have on him?
Agua Verde was a waste recycling outfit caught dumping pollutants into South American rivers 20 years ago. Poisoned hundreds of residents. His younger brother Raul set up the deal. Thought he was making a difference. Ramon spent millions compensating the family's medical care and expenses over the last 2 decades.
Jesus.
No, a bartender friend of mine said, like, we hate the surprise me request, and when I get it, I reach for a Bud Light and give it to him. I just go. I'm like, oh, okay.
If Damien's gonna copy Caliban, how are they gonna explain the dead body in the Mexican landfill?
The corpse was taken to a morgue in Sinaloa for autopsy. There were reports of a fire that same night. The fire chief's report from the station said it was just a fault with the alarm system.
Damien?
Very likely he sent a cleanup crew in to cover up their tracks.
It's not, is it time? I took you out not too long ago. Sorry. Gotta have a break for my puppy. This one needed some love. Needed some snuggles. Because mom's not home. Mom's getting her hair did, so she needed some love. She's feeling lonely downstairs. Oh, Lily. Huh. Yeah. Feeling a little lonely? Yeah, mom's getting her hair did. This is Lilith, by the way. Hi, Lil. Say hi. You're a good girl. But really codependent, aren't you? Aren't you? This move is my favorite. What are you doing? What do you want? Here, I do this. And then what do you do? Go ahead. Tell me what you want. Damn it. You unplug my headphones, lady. Give me a second. Give me a second. There. There you go. Okay. So you give her scratches, and then she does this. What? This. Oh, she didn't really do it, but she'll do this. She'll swipe at her own face because that's what she wants. Like, this is what I want, Dad. Give me that on my face. I don't know if any of your dogs do that, but our dog, she does that. He doesn't, but she goes, give me pets. Doesn't she? What? What do you want? Show me. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Don't want to perform today, huh? Okay. She knows she's being watched, yeah. Yeah. All right. You know, no. You gotta get down now. I'm sorry. I love you. I gotta do this thing called a job. Okay.
Moneypenny, I never get the chance to ask. How are you holding up?
Christ. Okay, let's see. Bright is gunning for M's head. The 00 program is on the verge of being shuttered for the second time. And, oh yes, almost forgot. You and Greenway are terrorists, according to Sir Nicholas Webb. Other than that, I'm peachy. Right, since we're sharing, let's do you. How are you doing?
I'm waiting for my cocktail.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Here you go, sir. We call it Folking Chump. The perfect infusion of heritage and creativity.
Sounds delightful. Chin chin, Moneypenny.
Fucking champ.
James, something's wrong. It's Lorca. I think she's in trouble. Her heart rate's spiking and her oxygen levels are falling through the floor. Get to her suite. Now.
On the way.
All right, hold on. I gotta surprise you. This is for you, Schmishmail. You want to surprise me? Here it is.
Bad guy in little gold.
I just did that one. I'll give you another one.
I'd twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger.
Is it lunchtime already?
Either that or he's greedy.
Out of the way.
Heart rate's at 55 now.
Going as fast as I can.
46. Move faster.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know, but it's still dropping. 35 now.
Oh, left corner
Something
cam.
wrong,
Thank you.
James.
No shit. I'm almost there.
Down, please. Maybe there's some sort of an emergency. I'm sure everything's
Oh, other way. Other way. There we go. Sorry. Hold on.
Lorca.
Locked.
Up there. Lorca, James. Come on. Oh, she's fine.
Damn. Damn.
She certainly is.
Or heart rate's up because she was doing laps. She was swimming laps. May I say, just as a point that I've been wanting to make for a while, I am so unbelievably happy that thong bikinis are becoming like the norm now. They were like, oh, that girl, that's only for California girls. Now, like, they're everywhere and everybody's doing it. And I could not be happier. So keep going, ladies. Good job.
John?
Drinking alone was never my forte.
Well, I didn't realize you were this thirsty.
Parched, actually. You were freediving.
Yeah, being a marine biologist comes in handy.
Oh, what's your number?
Chasing a 6 at the moment.
6. Very impressive.
People think it's all about the lungs, but it's all in the mind.
A mistake easily made.
So what can I get you?
That is
You
one
seem the kind of guy who knows what he likes.
sweet
So let me
animated
guess,
booty.
You don't like it too sweet. You don't like it too complicated. You like it straight up.
What accent does she have? I can't even place it.
I've been known to experiment.
Oh, Bond, let's go, Bond. She's Portuguese, okay.
Audio, James.
No! 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 Wait a minute. We might get to see that scene again. I wouldn't mind watching that scene again. Ugh. You're really sweet. We should just be friends. Come on, let's go. Load up. Audio, James. I can still hear you clapping them cheeks. It sounds like a Monty Python horse in there. Are you watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Yep. Sounds like someone running on concrete with flip flops. Yep.
Is it lunchtime already?
We get to see the whole scene again.
Out of the way.
Heart rate's at 55 now.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
46.
Sorry.
Move
Excuse me.
faster.
Intentional. Just coming through.
I don't know, but it's still
Excuse me.
dropping.
Sorry.
35 now. Something's really wrong, James.
No shit.
Hey, watch it.
I'm almost there.
Sir, slow down, please.
Maybe there's some sort of an emergency. I'm sure everything.
Oh, she's fine.
She certainly is.
John?
Drinking alone was never my forte.
Well, I didn't realize you were this thirsty.
Parched, actually. You were freediving.
Yeah, being a marine biologist comes in handy.
Oh, what's your number?
Chasing a 6 at the moment.
6. Very impressive.
People think it's all about the lungs, but
6. Very impressive. That is not what she said.
it's all in the mind.
A mistake easily made.
So what can I get you? You
I like
seem
6.
the
6
kind
is
of
good.
guy who knows what he likes. So let me guess. You don't like it too sweet. You don't like it too complicated. You like it straight up.
I've been known to experiment.
Don't crash.
Audio, James. Still on. Tea time.
Now, of course, they had to make her do that to make her look like, you know, a certain type of personality, but I bet Moneypenny would be jilling off the whole time.
Feels a bit tight. You sure Q got the measurements right?
I'll be the judge of that. Put the glasses on. Let me see.
I don't know if that counts as a tuxedo, though, without the bow. I think the bow really has to be there for it to be a tux, no?
Well?
Ooh, very dapper. Give us 12.
Piss off.
Aren't you missing something? The bow tie?
There it is. I knew it. Really ties the tux together. Let's go. Chad, thank you for 95 months.
I don't suppose Q included instructions.
How on earth did you make it through boarding school without tying one?
It's complicated.
Shall I get Q on the line?
Please do.
Are they going to teach us how to tie a bow tie?
Q?
I watched a lesson with
Help me out here, would you?
Bill Nye a while ago, like a long time ago.
It's a bow tie.
But I've
not
since
C4.
forgotten.
All right. Make one end ever so slightly longer than the other.
You people and your vague measurements.
Pay attention, please.
Yes, sir.
Do pay attention, Bond. Okay. Ever so slightly? Okay.
There we are. Now, we're off to the races.
It would appear so.
Now, fold the short end to create our first bow shape. After that, drape the longer end over the center, nice, clean, and even, please.
You know, I've disarmed bombs less complicated than this.
Nicely done. Now you're getting it.
Oh, look at you. Saving the world, one wardrobe malfunction at a time.
Now the second bow. Fold that longer end to mirror the first. You'll see a small loop forming behind the front bow. Take the folded end, push it through the loop. Steady now. Don't panic. Blow the whole thing.
Right, no panic. Just a growing sense of humiliation.
All right, I'm going to fail on purpose.
Listen, if anyone asks, I was never trained for this.
Our lips are sealed.
I want to see this fail.
Right, Moneypenny?
Absolutely. Sealed shut. Rooting for you here, James.
We go again. Take your time.
Let's hope this is the hardest thing I do all day.
Oh, okay. So you do get some dialogue. Okay. I'll just do it then.
Excellent work, Bond.
Let's see if it survives cocktail hour first.
Almost there. Gently pull the folded parts on both sides to tighten the knot. And once you do that, tug the loose end to even it out. We're aiming for slight asymmetry here, more character. Looks less like a cheap clip-on.
Which would have been easier, by the way.
Lastly, ensure the knot is nice and firm, and that's it. You're done.
And people say field ops are stressful.
I don't know if I like the white on white though. I might have gone for a color bow tie, if I'm being honest. I don't mind the white shirt with the white coat, but I think I might have put a splash of color on the bow. I'm not saying like bright red to make me look like a Chippendales dancer, but I am saying like maybe a nice navy blue or maybe a royal blue.
Impeccable service.
Coca-Cola product placement. Yeah!
All right.
Delicious.
What's your game plan?
Fine dining and expensive champagne.
Be serious. Damien and his men are on their way.
We've got this. Once I'm in the restaurant, we'll get eyes on Ramon and Ellis. You You keep tabs on their movements, and I'll watch over Lorca for the evening.
Should drink a good old British pop like Tizer or Vimto. You made those fucking words up. Actually, you might not have, and I wouldn't know. You could just say any two words, and I would be like, that sounds like a British thing.
That's odd. Lorca, her heart rate is...
Mr. Bond is here, gentlemen.
I feel safer already.
Still a bit sore, are we?
He'll be fine. Isn't that right, Pablo?
Yes, sir.
James, I think you need to get to the Emperor Villa. Now.
Ramon, gents, enjoy your evening.
Goodbye, Mr. Bond.
The best British pop is Wee Piddle Faddle.
You know,
Listen, she's not
they
alone.
say this island
Ellis Weiss is with her.
Different.
You don't think...
No, I don't. Something's wrong. Damien's SUV, where is it now?
Hang on.
Like Quinn's and Breschel. Personally, I like Flabberjib, but Smelt is also pretty good. See, that's what I'm saying, dude.
Come on, Moneypenny, where is he? Where's Damien?
1 second. Looks like they've stopped. Pulling up nearby CCTV to get a better look. Shit. It's not Damien. I've been tracking the wrong SUVs.
Better get going then. Wait, what's this? Hold on, let me grab this. I turned the speakers on. Why'd I do that?
It's quiet. Too quiet.
Too quiet. God damn it.
Damien's?
Yeah. They're here.
Be careful, James.
Let's continue the swim.
Let me finish my ciggy first.
Those things will kill you, mate. Be quick about it.
They're everywhere.
I can see that.
Huh? What was that? Baz. Baz, you there? Stop fucking about, will you?
Oh, okay.
You can come out now.
Any ideas?
Got the blueprints of the villa in front of me. It looks like... Yes, there's a way in through the roof.
I thought I was silent. Oh, there's a guy right behind me. Yeah, I saw that. The whatever the SMG I got is silenced as well.
Everything's in order. We should be done within the hour.
And what about the Yank?
Not your problem or mine. I'm sure he has a contingency plan in place for things like that, so let's leave it to him to handle.
Jesus, James, be careful. He's right on top of you. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Who am I saying sorry to? Her?
Somebody's injured. Over there. All right. Check for vitals. And stay target. Got to him.
My hand. Are there any retro video games you never beat when you were younger? Yeah. I've been watching back your Ninja Gaiden and TMNT's playthroughs. Yeah, there was one that was a Dragon Warrior. I never beat Dragon Warrior, but I kind of quit because that game is all grind. It's like 90% grind. But yeah, there's probably a few.
Three mercs.
No,
on the
damn it.
stairs to the roof.
Yep, I see them.
Because he's a lunatic. That's right. I really don't know why he keeps him around. He likes to get his hands on it. I've done a job with him. Murder suicide for a stack of stuff. Arguing how he's busy dressing the scene.
Nothing would surprise me with that one. He's a wild animal, and I am.
Got it! Suspect!
Oh?
All right, I guess we'll switch. Running low on bullets.
Can't miss her. Very tasty, that one. Tasty's an understatement. I can see why that American walking hard on came knocking at the door. I did the same if I knew I stood even half a chance. You and me both, mate. Seems like a real shame to let that one go to waste. You said it, pal. Unfortunately for you and me, me old mucker, it's gonna be done. Look at it this way. We should get to go out with a bang. Yeah, a big one. Let's see.
Really, huh?
What could that... That's fixed.
Okay.
What's that?
No, what's this? What's the American doing here?
Came round looking for a booty call. Didn't go the way he'd hoped.
Oh, he's not dead, is he? I like that guy, brah.
Narrative, the real Caliban never allowed for collateral damage.
Nobody's perfect.
Day's going great,
How many
Alexander.
times?
Thank you for asking.
My father is adamant that the validity of Thea's conclusion is not questioned. Are you dumb? Look at me. Are you an idiot? You make him disappear. All right? The boys in ops will patch up the loose ends. Go.
Oh, there's the other brother. Or the other brother, cousin, whatever he is.
And Nico, bring Loka to the side. I think it's time we set things in motion.
Brother
you got that.
from another
Oh, I
cousin?
got it all right.
Will it be enough?
It'll have to be. Now go get the girl.
Not yet. They'll kill Ellis.
You can't save them all.
So?
James.
I can sure as hell try. Need to find Ellis.
Found him. He's on the lower floor. Watch your step, Bond. It's a full house down there.
Good. I like those odds.
there. Two guys over there. One guy there.
For a second there, I thought Damien was gonna put one between Will's eyes.
Yeah.
You! Let's go see.
Helmet? Helmet.
That was on.
All down to me now. Reading him out!
Let's do it my way.
Stop and think what it cost.
He's over there! Damn it, it's him.
There you go.
He's disappeared! I can't see him! Door's closed! Found him! Take him down!
Good talk.
That's the Zeke way. Much quicker.
Move to the next floor. You need to get downstairs. Shortcut to the basement, there.
I see it.
There. Ellis is on the other side of that door.
Okay.
Knock, knock.
I'm engaging.
There we go. Situation contained.
What's your status? Over. This is Indigo 1. Moving target into position now. Over.
Wait, no, what are you doing, dude? Don't do that! You fuck.
What the hell are you doing, Smythe? You with them? Put the bottle down, I just saved your life.
What the hell have you done with Teresa?
Well, I gotta admit, he's got chops. He's got balls.
That's for wasting a perfectly good bottle of wine.
James, Lorca's on
And
the
his
move.
neck is broken.
Location marked on your Q lens.
What now? Oh, he's fine? Okay. I guess I saved his life and I'm just gonna leave him there? I mean, even if he is still alive, which doesn't look like he is, I'm just gonna leave him?
Oh, look. More target practice.
How thoughtful of them.
Well, yep. damn it.
James, Lorca's on the move. Location marked on your Q lens.
Oh, look. More target practice.
How thoughtful of them.
What? Man, that guy's taking bullets like a champ. Oh, I forgot I have my missile pen. Yeah.
It's kind of scary how good you are at this.
Everybody's got a talent.
Well,
Oh, there we go. Uh-oh, watch out above. Watch out for the bamboo above. It's gonna fall on you. The pen is truly mightier than the sword. Oh, no more suppressor. Oh yeah, flaming fucking storehouse.
This is cozy.
Let's go.
I will take yours slowly. My brother and I took great pleasure in the life of
Yeah, I got him. Right into the flames. Oh shit.
John?
I love the dress.
It's from the gift shop.
It's from the gift shop.
There. Go! Get out of here!
Tea time. He says it every time. I love it. Whoa! Vincent giving a sub to Octopussy. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you very much, Vincent.
James? James? James, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you had me worried. Do you know where you are?
Damien's after party. Listen, I'm in a bit of a bind here.
I know. Okay, I'm working on it. Just try to buy us some time.
Oh, gold mask. Who's this? Is it Damien? It
I
is.
swear, James. Do you even have an off button? Because you're starting to make the rest of us look bad. Yeah, my work-life balance isn't great. Let's see if we can't find an even split.
Oh, an even split. I get it. That's a great one. Oh, shit. Whoops.
You're not afraid of MI6. How about Isola's people? Trust me, you have no idea who you're up against. And I do. You need me.
It's so tempting, James. I'd rather turn you into filet.
Damn it, Damien, you can't contain this lie forever. One way or another, your father is going down. Don't let him ruin your life. Let me help you.
Why would I help
try
you?
it, James. Really. But you'll never defeat my father. Hyperion will see to that.
The fuck is Hyperion? Also, what's Delta Omega? No. My 007 incher.
But we're lying down on the job again, are we, Bond?
You're late.
I know. Hold still. Now Damien's men are moving in on your position. Get to cover.
Gladly.
That day he became 001. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Leper.
Nothing. Okay. I guess we're doing this then.
Bond, you got a lot of company down there.
Still in one piece?
Right. Okay, here's the plan. You call them, I'll bag them. In position.
Q-Lens. Okay.
Push forward through the quarry. I'll meet you at the other end of it. And keep your head down.
It was me thinking it was going to be a nice, quiet evening.
Watch it. Two hostiles your way. You've got one right on you. He's down. Keep moving. I've got you. Got him. Target's down.
There you are.
Where is it?
Mark him.
Hostile down. He's down. Target's down.
Get to cover. Sounds not getting through there.
Hang on. I have an idea. Keep your head down.
Stay on it. Move, he's doing explosives.
Are you fucking kidding me?
We need to flush him out.
Hostile down.
I won't go down so easily. Come on.
Mark him. What is it? What is the deal here? Thank you.
Hostile is down. More of Damien's men are headed your way.
Yeah, I see them. Wish me luck.
He's down.
I've lost sight. Target in range.
That's if he's been busy.
What's the shrapnel?
Target's down.
He's gone.
Got it.
No vision on target.
Stay there. I'm coming to you.
Happy to.
Okay.
Hostiles down.
Yeah, Greenway's so good, doesn't even need line of sight. Also, his arms healed up pretty nicely.
I'm not finished.
I thought you said you were out.
And let you have all the fun.
Oh,
I don't think
the
so.
devilish T-shirt that I'm wearing.
Hands.
It's the devil card devil tarot card.
And here. He won't be needing it.
What's the plan?
I'll take the high ground. We push forward, corner Damien, and then we put him down.
I like it.
Down into the ground.
Moneypenny, Damien took my watch. Can you track it?
Of course. Triangulating his position for you now. I have him. His location has been marked on your Q lens.
Thanks. Greenway, how you doing up there?
Making lots of new friends.
It's good to have you back, John.
It's good to be back, but we're not out of the woods just yet. Damien brought a small army with him.
And they all make for terrific target practice.
Is it gone now? I don't see it anymore. We good? Okay. Oh, the dog did it. Yeah, the dog. Yeah. Yep.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
Always wanted to drive one of those. Greenway, what's your position?
Right up ahead. You take it slowly. It's busy here.
Man, his grip strength is out of this world.
Oh, Christ. They're everywhere. Any ideas?
Just the one. Target down.
Safety
Lining
first.
up the next.
Leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Come on, save some for me.
Why are you not targeting what I'm telling you to target, dude?
And another one down.
You're just showing off now.
That's one more down.
You getting paid for the head? Hey, incoming! Dropping.
Good night.
Done this before.
It's done.
Remind me not to piss you off again.
Ouch.
Try not to get killed.
What? I didn't catch that part. Try not to what? Sorry, what? Oh, I have a gun now. Fuck, I was so used to not having a gun. I forgot I got a gun.
Greenway, what's your position?
Shit.
Right up ahead. You take it slowly.
Oh, Christ. They're everywhere. Any ideas?
Just the one. Right up ahead. You take it slowly. It's busy. Target down.
First.
Lining up the next.
Leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Come on, save some for me. Put some pressure on it.
I mean, I did better last time without even using a gun.
Greenway, what's your position?
Right up ahead. You take it slowly.
Oh, Christ. They're everywhere. Any ideas?
Just the one. Right up ahead. You take it slowly. It's busy. Target down. Lining up the next.
Leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Come on, save some for me. He's bleeding. Everybody's got a visual.
another one down.
You're just showing off now.
One more down.
You're getting paid by the head.
Good night.
You've done this before.
It's done.
Remind me not to piss you up again.
I'm standing near exploding barrels.
Oh, fuck me. Oh. Oh my god, dude! There's fucking so many of them.
Greenway, what's your position?
Right up ahead. You take it slowly.
No, I haven't. I haven't, Scott. No.
Any ideas?
Just the one. Right up ahead. You take it slowly.
Target down.
Stuff. Safety first.
Lining up the next.
Leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Come on, save some for me.
And another one down.
I mean, do they really expect me to kill all of them? It can't be the case, right?
Greenway, what's your position?
Right up ahead. You take it slowly. It's busy here.
Well, my fucking cover disappears, man.
They're everywhere.
And I have a limited amount of ammo.
Target down.
Safety first. Explosive
Lining up the
stuff.
next.
Leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Come on, save some for me.
And another one down.
You're just showing off now.
Oh, I don't even have my watch.
One more down.
You're getting paid by the head.
Dude! I'm taking my fucking time! There's too many of them! What the fuck?
Greenway, what's your position?
Right up ahead. You take it slowly. It's
Oh, Christ. They're everywhere. Any ideas?
just the one. Right up ahead. You take it slowly.
Safety
Target down.
first.
Lining up the next.
Leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Come on, save some for me. Push it. You're sitting duck. Move. Get him in the open.
Recently married man says to his friend, my wife and I are thinking of going on our honeymoon in Northern Italy. Friend, how lovely, Genoa.
Up ahead.
Well, if I didn't, I certainly wouldn't have married her. Genoa. I get it.
Oh, Christ. They're everywhere. Any ideas?
Just the one.
Target down. Lining up the next.
Leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Come on, save some for me. Explosive stuff. Targeting range. Keep the pressure out of the way. Keep running.
And another one down.
You're just showing off now. I've got it.
Just one more down.
You're getting paid by the head. Move out of my shot. Target acquired.
Good night.
I've done this before.
It's done.
Remind me not to piss you off again. Moving in. You got one of us. Got ya.
I feel like there's like a fundamental thing that I'm missing. Because no matter how good I shoot, they fucking shoot down my fucking, like, the cover I have.
What's your position?
Right up ahead. You take it slowly.
Oh, Christ. They're everywhere. Any ideas?
Just the one. Right up ahead.
And also,
take it slowly.
Target down.
Hold that for me, would
Lining
you?
up the next.
Leave some
Kill
for me.
confirmed.
Come on, save some for me! Explosive stuff.
And another one down.
You're just showing off now.
There's one more down.
You getting paid by the head?
I don't have another fucking weapon. Great.
Good night.
Done this before.
It's done.
Remind me not to piss you off again.
Eat my asshole!
Do dum dum dum. Another one bites the dust. Dum dum dum. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, and I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust.
Kill this prick.
He's down.
Keep me here. He's reloaded. Go.
Great. I don't even have my fucking watch to do anything. Like to do cool shit. Okay, you got it. There you go. That's right.
I'm reloaded. Force him out. He's up there. He's shot me.
Man, this fucking thing is inaccurate. Oh, great. This one is too.
Okay, I'm the last one left. Think.
There.
I need to relocate. They're closing in on me. Try not to get killed.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
That was good for me. How was it for you?
I've had better.
What on earth are you two talking about?
I'm in a bit of a bind here.
What's the problem?
Taking fire from all angles. They've got me pinned down.
On my way.
I'm going in! Man down! Target's gone!
Moneypenny, I need you to mark Greenway's position for me. I see you. You weren't kidding, were
I
you?
tried hugs and kisses earlier in the mission, Ryu, and they didn't work.
Say hello.
Got an idea. Hunker down.
That's the plan.
Oh, really? Okay.
Left side, left side.
Let's
Massive arm.
fucking go. Are you fucking kidding? Awesome.
Don't let him escape!
Talk too much anyway.
Yes.
Whoever said
The
bigger is
biggest
better, never sat
vehicles
behind the wheel of
on
one of these.
Earth.
Coming to you now, Greenway.
Move your ass down! Jump on!
Sorry. I'm sorry, Samyana. I meant land vehicles. I apologize for not making that fucking clear that I'm on land right now.
What the hell was that?
Oh, come on. Also, I said biggest vehicles on Earth. On water is not on Earth.
Not good. Not good at all. Here, take this. You hold them off while I try and get this thing moving again. Come on, come on! Stop!
He's running for explosives! Stay clear!
Oh, get back in the truck. Okay.
Hold on. We're moving again.
Wow, we went 20 feet. Awesome. We're out of trouble.
Run!
Yeah.
Thanks. You're hit. Just nick me. I'll be fine. I'll hold them off. Go! Find Damien!
Finish this! Why do you say such mean things to me, Javi? You're always so nice, and then every once in a while you're just a mean person. I don't get you, Javi.
James?
I'm here.
And Greenway?
He's busy entertaining a few of Damien's friends. I'm taking care of Webb Jr.
You do know he's probably walking you into a trap, don't you?
I know. I'm counting on it.
We have the
Am I?
evidence. Sir Nicholas, Damien, they're finished.
But I'm not.
Okay. Please be careful. That's an order.
I'll be careful. Come on, Damien, do your worst.
You got drops on, bro? I believe so, yes, bro. Oh, right in the kidney. Oh, I'm gonna piss blood.
Alone at last. Now what's that? A little liquid courage for what happens next.
What this? Oh no. This is so much more.
Bane?
It's a synthetic compound. It floods the endocrine system, elevating physical and mental awareness. It makes you faster, better, stronger.
Show me.
I thought you'd never ask.
Hiya! And one more.
You still think you can stop me, James? You are outmatched!
and outsmarted! Don't you see? We've been ahead of you every step of the way.
You really do love the sound of your own voice, don't you?
So you're one to talk, buddy.
What now? Think, James. Think.
That's better. Shall we?
Yeah, I'm running away. Goodbye.
If he gets too close, this is over. Time to even the odds. That one was for free. Getting close to it. You'll pay for that one. You think you've won, don't you? You really did underestimate what we're capable of. Enough games. This ends right now. Is that really the best you've got? You think you've won, James? You're not even close to winning.
A little bit closer.
No need to pull your punches, James. Your little video is just a minor setback. You can't stand in the way of...
I see what you did there.
I'm gonna have to break this off.
Good line, Bond.
Oh, James! James, you have such a way with words. You're hilarious!
You're hilarious!
You haven't heard the punchline yet.
No pipe pun? It's like, I can even come over right now like, you should stop hitting the pipe. Come on, dude. That was like 5 seconds of thinking. You could have come up with something. Yeah, pipe down. Beautiful. Pipe down. There you go. Come on, guys. Come on. I heard you like laying pipe. All of your plans, Damien? A pipe dream. Bam!
Hey, easy now. I've got you.
Damien.
It's done. He's gone. Okay, up we go, old man. Let's get you patched up. Oh, I thought you said it was just a scratch.
Oh, the wonders of adrenaline.
No. No.
Stop, Bond.
We need to get you to a hospital.
It's too late for me.
Oh, James. James.
What do I do? I need you to tell me what to do. Just...
You know, I want to be sad about this, but it's like, if you watching a Bond movie or playing a Bond game, you know, like everybody close to him, if he makes friends or lovers, they're just gonna die. So you don't get really attached to any of them because you're like, oh, okay. If he's friendly with them or, you know, gets really close, they're dead. So I want to be sad for this, but it's like, most people would see something like this coming.
Just...
He's a great actor, don't get me wrong.
Sit and enjoy the view. Why did you come back for me? I thought you hated heroics.
Thanks, Ben.
Turns out I was wrong about that. You've got heart, Bond.
You're a cunt!
Just what we need
Well,
right now.
I'm afraid you've caught me
I
with
don't know
more than my hands up.
why I didn't
See?
see it before. Because you're a miserable old bastard.
God, you guys really know how to ruin a moment. I appreciate it.
There is that. Will you do me a favor? Anything. Don't let it change you. Don't let it. Is there anyone I should contact? Greenway. John.
Now loot that body.
There is no doubt that Britain is in a highly precarious situation. If this data is corroborated, it will indeed put an enormous strain.
Attention.
Okay, we'll listen to her attention after. We're going to take a break because I've been holding in a pee for a little bit. So we're going to take a short break. I'm going to let the doggies out. And nope. There we go. All right, I'm going to let the doggies out real quick. And then we'll come back and we'll, I guess, maybe wrap it up and then call my mom. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much longer is left in this game, but I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Let's continue on. Shall we? Let's do it.
Please, everyone.
All right, attention. Attention, everyone. Attention.
5 minutes ago, Sir Nicholas Webb informed us that if we ignore his demands, the next leak will be bigger and a lot closer to present day. Meaning that sources, assets, and even agents will be at risk. The diplomatic hit we have already taken is irreversibly detrimental to our national security, global interests, and Great Britain's standing in the world. Further jeopardizing that is not an option. It has been decided to accept Webb's demands and grant him immunity.
Really?
Giving in is not giving up. Quite the contrary, we do this to protect the country we all love. It is time to stand down. Thank you.
She's lying. But only Bond's gonna know about it. Because he's gonna be the operative.
Congratulations. Your performance in Vietnam proved beyond a doubt you'll make an excellent 00.
What are you doing? We can't let Webb get away with this.
What we do is my call. The world's not fair, Bond. I thought Greenway taught you that.
Don't bring Greenway into this.
M, we have to go. The Prime Minister's waiting.
You say
Moneypenny will debrief you, then go home and get some well-deserved rest.
All I'm saying is that it could be a giant bluff.
Pardon me.
My fault.
Anything more recent.
One of those days.
Excuse me.
No doubt about the
Sorry.
honesty of the Look here, I asked you nicely. Mind if I squeeze past?
It's his tech. If anyone can breach it, it'd be him.
If you don't mind, I really need to get through.
Which way are you going?
Didn't see you there.
The data itself is a quantum swarm, and when it's concretized, it's quantum encrypted, feeding back into itself, within our walls only.
I don't understand any of that stuff. The fact is that Webb got it, and we have to act accordingly. I'm with M on this one.
I believe his son pretty much confirmed that Sir Nicholas had access before he died.
I hate to speak ill of the dead, but Damien wasn't exactly what I call a reliable source of information. Besides...
How you doing, Bond?
Whitlock? I can't believe M's doing this.
Or Webb, for that matter. This is months of overtime for me. Years, possibly.
Hey Zeke, since you're basically 007 right now, I want to welcome you as a fellow 007. Since 007 are 3 numbers, you should play Breath of Fire 3 soon.
Offline is a big mistake.
You know what?
We need it now more than ever.
I'm gonna play it tomorrow.
We use Thea. Webb will know exactly.
And then if you come and ask me why I'm not playing it, I'm gonna give you the same answer because I'm playing it tomorrow. You know, like that sign in a bar you see every once in a while, those smart ass bars that say free beer tomorrow.
We can't let Webb get away with this. The world needs to know what he really is. What he's done.
I don't disagree. Now I'm standing down for a bit, as M puts it. Been working through the night. A little rest. And then, I'll start working on how the New World Order needs to be presented. Gut feeling is that Webb's name will excel in its absence.
What about Damien and the cover-ups? We'll sit on that too.
Well, after last night, that feels like ancient history. But what a splendid job you did in Vietnam. Quite the turn of events after, though. I mean, Webb protecting Thea for patriotic reasons to him throwing the entire nation under the bus for personal immunity. But he'll probably come up with some narrative to justify himself and pretend he's really taking the moral high ground.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I'll see you around.
Glad I'm not M.
Or Bright, for that matter. Always so chummy with Webb. That used to cause a lot of envy in Westminster. Hardly that anymore, I should think.
I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow manages to pin it all on M.
He'll certainly try.
You should buy it. Well, yeah, I know. I'll get right on that.
Immunity? After all he's done?
I'm sorry about Greenway, James, but...
Well, she's not.
She's doing her job.
And she's doing it well.
And that's it? You're happy to just walk away?
No, but I also have a job to do. I wrote some code to stress test some of their safety layers, and I'm going down there now. But I can see that you're not done ranting. Come, walk with me.
Thea is a complete scam. Webb lied to MI6 for more than a decade. He started out using the 00 program as a scapegoat, destroying 009 and Greenway's lives. Cressida and the other recruits dead or maimed. Monroe? And now he's leaking top-secret intel to the press, and we're just letting him get away with it. But how the hell has it come to this?
He's been one step ahead all along. He has a sixth sense, I swear.
He doesn't need one. He's monitoring his own tech, and we've let him.
You coming? Actually, we are certain that he hasn't. 2 full sweeps and a third one concluding as we speak. Thea isn't and never was compromised.
Come on, Moneypenny. We saw it at Webb HQ, and Damien pretty much confirmed it.
Nevertheless, no breach has ever occurred.
Then explain to me how they could have a whole department at Webb Industries dedicated to sifting out Thea's mistakes if they didn't have a live feed of everything Thea ever delivered. We didn't make that up, Moneypenny.
What can I say? Unless Webb has some quantum entangled mirror computer, it's just not possible.
There you go. It's possible. You just said how it's possible, Moneypenny.
That's gotta be it.
What?
It was something Damien said. In Greek mythology, Hyperion is Thea's brother and consort. That makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't. Tech like that is sci-fi, doesn't exist. Probably never will.
Yeah, but what if it did? What would you have to do to eliminate the threat?
If it were that simple, destroy or remove the core, and you'd render the quantum cloud meaningless.
The data can't be read without the core.
Nope. The core is the magic key.
If only the evil tech guy had a bunch of awful data centers. Oh, good, he does.
Wait, you're not actually buying any of this, are you?
What if it's true, though? We could make this whole thing disappear.
But it's not. Okay. And I am with them on this. We have no choice but to give in. Even if we had solid intel, a gamble like that would be reckless, beyond any sense. It'd go against MI6's very reason to exist. It would be high treason.
Wow, they're really making it sound like I'm not gonna do this. But I probably am. I'd imagine.
So you won't do anything stupid?
No. Me?
Of course not. I'm not an idiot.
Come on.
Promise me, James.
Cross my heart.
Yeah, works with the quantum computer, doesn't believe in quantum entanglement. There's no way that he could have a quantumly entangled computer on a quantum computer. There's no way they could be entangled somehow.
Sorry, Moneypenny. This idiot's about to rob QLab.
Oh my god, I actually do have to do like a sneaking mission in QLab? That's cool.
Bond. I just wanted
James
to check
Bond.
in. Where is everyone?
Can we not just untangle it?
I sent them all home. Come, join me.
That is a giant bottle of whiskey.
Don't do it.
What?
Blame yourself. I knew him for 25 years. The good years and what came after. Operation Nightfall changed him. He slipped into darkness. Never could find his way out until you came along. The first light in more than a decade. And he came back.
The titular line.
More alive than ever. And thanks to you, he went out with a bang and not with a whimper. And if that's not a reason to celebrate, then I don't know what is.
What was the third glass
To
for?
Greenway.
Oh, for him who's not here.
And to you, James. Salute.
Oh shit. That was airplane fuel. Pee is gonna come out hot. It's gonna come out hot. Surprisingly smooth though. It has a nice finish.
Don't forget to turn out the lights when you leave.
He's got a poison tip umbrella. You see him walk around with an umbrella? It's a poison tip umbrella.
To get to Hyperion, I'll need an edge.
Okay.
New watch, pistol, and whatever else Q's got lying around.
Well, let's go steal some shit.
Okay. Where would you leave a shiny new Q watch?
Credentials incorrect. Access denied.
Playing favorites, eh? Q has total access. All I need's a fingerprint. What was the last thing he touched? Got a fingerprint. Now how to get it off the glass.
The old tape trick.
This should do the job. Damn. It's only a partial print. What else could be good for a clean print?
After Bond's latest mission in Vietnam, determine the field equipment requires additional stress testing. Why does he break everything? The Q watches will be moved to the stress testing chamber. Okay.
It was the first of a new batch. And it was in the stress test chamber.
Vehicle testing. Gadget testing. Gym. Wearables. Ordnance. Stress. Oh, yeah, right. Where it just was. The Q has been showing odd voltage lately. I saw similar issues with the Valhalla the other day. Tomorrow I'll compare the two and investigate further. In the meantime, it is waiting in the storage unit. The cube.
Another partial. Not exactly a triumph.
Tell me I get to put it together like a puzzle.
At last. One whole print. Now let's see if I'm right.
Jetpack. Upgrade fuel management system. Drone. Replace batteries with high capacity models. Foam. Reinforced container. Q watch. Finalized report currently in stress testing. Right.
Identity verified. Welcome back, Q.
Maybe I would have made a half-decent agent after all.
Q credentials inconclusive. Running diagnostics.
Don't worry, I'll be in and out.
Issuing startup sequence, chamber lockdown, blah, blah, blah. Explosion triggered, level 9. The armor plating passed with flying colors. Their diagnostics run in the internal system, but anyone in the car would be safe. Q. Just doing a quick pull up. Okay.
Thanks, Q. Promise to take better care of this one.
Q not detected.
What?
Initiating.
No, wait. Now, how do I get out of here? Now, this is MI6. Gotta be a protocol for this.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. Okay. I know why that thing is there. Not you. Well, get out of there! Fucking Jesus, there's pipes in the way. Okay, I'll do this. There you go.
Full-flown a spark may be the answer.
Oh, there we go.
Explosion chamber lockdown disengaged.
Shuttle lock gone. Nothing to it.
Access granted.
People can get locked in. Some equipment stops working. The only workaround right now is to trigger what the room considers an emergency. I don't want to start a fire, destroy the explosion.
Starting a fire? Now, what's a beauty like you doing in a place like this? Starting a fire or setting off an explosion? Right, okay. Let's not stick around.
Explosion test commencing.
Cover.
10.
Fast.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Behind the door?
4,
This is good enough.
2, 1.
Yeah, in the car. We read that. I just thought about that as I was like, it was counting down to 2 to 1. I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't they say something about in the car? You were safe?
Now, how do I get out of here?
Explosion chamber lockdown engaged.
You're taking this lockdown quite seriously, aren't you? Now, this is MI6. Gotta be a protocol for this. Full-flown a spark may be the answer.
Explosion chamber lockdown disengaged.
Shuttle lock gone. Nothing to it.
Access granted.
Now, what's a beauty like you doing in a place like this? Okay. Let's not stick around.
Explosion
Cover.
test commencing
Fast.
in 10.
This car's blast-proof and
9,
better be field ready,
8,
Q.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that was stupid though.
Aptly named.
I gotta open the door to blow up the shit in there. Fucking moron. There you go, buddy.
Explosion
Try it again.
in 10, 9,
No, what are you doing? No, what is? I opened the door.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You gotta do it in the correct sequence. Okay, gotcha.
Explosion test commencing in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go.
Even Montgomery will struggle with this mess. Sorry, Q. What shiny new toys have you left for me, Bridget?
I can't remember what order I had them in. No, I had that one in. That one was in B. There we go. Okay, okay. I think that's right. Laser strap. There we go. XYB. Yep, XYB. XYB. Okay.
Just the pistol to go.
Yep. Pistol, pistol, pistol. Oh, I can just leave? Okay. Closer look at the biofires. Ideal. Okay. There's just clues as to where the fingerprints are, I'm guessing. Latest iteration services arrived, logged in. Oh, and secured in the armory. Okay. I think the armory is by the door. Nope, that's wearables. Shooting range. Gym. Armory? Yeah, armory. There we go. Oh.
Okay, so what code would Waters use for a room full of guns?
Oh, 1324.
Armory access granted.
Too easy.
Ego.
Hello there. I've been looking everywhere for you. That's everything. Time to go.
Okay. Why am I going this way? 'Cause it's there. I don't know.
Cease fire. Personnel detected on range.
Spot on. Direct hit. Yep. That's it. Read it and weep.
Perfect. Read it and weep. 450. Up, please. Watch your step. Take your last looks. You're not coming back here. Not like James Bond to leave perfectly good liquor. Oh shit. I didn't even see your... Oh my god, I didn't even see your guys' subs.
Hello, James.
Thank you, Vincent, for gifting out 2 subs to Early Day and Part-Time Gaming, and then Dr. Claw to Full-Time Gooner.
Live?
Thanks, guys.
The
Sorry I
7
missed
kinds
it.
of hell you raised, I practically walked out the front door.
Happy to be of assistance. What do you want?
Get to Webb, same as you.
Webb's finished. Disgraced and on the run. What makes you think I care?
Please, don't kid a kidder.
Let's hear it.
It's simple. You know where he is. I have the means to get us there.
And I don't.
Nice try, James. But we both know you're about to burn all bridges. Besides, I already know he's somewhere in the Antarctic Circle. So unless you plan to join a whaling crew, I'm your best shot. A pinned location. We leave in 24 hours. Bring your trunks.
Well, when one door closes...
Look at this map. There's not... Antarctica's not even on the map! I don't even know, how do I get there? Where's the door? Where's the door? MI6, where's the door? Those are elevators. This is the door? Nope, that's the courtyard. Ah, there we go. Pete giving a sub to James Bond is gay with women. What a screen name. James Bond is gay with
See
women.
you, Bond.
Take it easy.
You leaving, James?
Afraid so.
Well, hell of a thing you did.
Did you get any
You're
even
out.
shittier haircut? I like it. Way to buck every trend. Good job, buddy.
What's this?
Vodka
Yo,
martini. Shaken,
Sergio.
not stirred.
Thank you for the 9 months.
What's the difference?
Oh, shaken not stirred. She said
I
it.
want what I want, James.
She said it.
When you offered me a ride, I was expecting something a little more airborne.
What can I say? I prefer comfort over speed.
Yeah, it's not like we're in a time crunch here.
Certainly wouldn't mind your
While the
expense
world
again.
falls apart, you know, no big deal.
Sure it could be arranged?
Who are you really? No tricks this time.
You know who I am. I'm a thief.
That's a job description.
Sexy, sexy thief.
But we are what we do, James. Not to mention what we wear.
I'm an asshole? Checked out.
At least tell me what you're after. I'm seeing as we're in the same boat and all.
A girl is entitled to her secrets, wouldn't you say?
I need to be sure we don't have a conflict of interest.
Oh, it's not what you think.
Try me.
How did your parents die, James?
Doing something they loved.
Hella skiing?
They died doing something they knew was right. And I'm going to finish it.
Webb. You're going to kill him. You could have gotten to him any time when you worked at Web HQ. But why didn't you?
My client wanted to control him. I figured that was a fate worse than death.
And what changed?
You did. You backed him to a corner. It made him more volatile, dangerous. In any case, I suppose you did me a favor.
I'm very sorry.
I don't need your pity. Just stay out of my way and I'll stay out of yours.
I don't need your pity.
I've upset you.
Just your pee-pee. And they are not traveling. They're not moving.
No, I understand this whole no strings routine. I was on my own for a long time. The thing is, those strings don't hold you back. They keep you up.
Your career with MI6 might be over, but you have a bright future writing fortune cookies.
I hit a nerve.
You must be quite the marksman. What do you plan to do about it?
Oh, okay. That's definitely better. Goddamn submarine. Ruining my moment. I got sub-blocked. Make a cuck by a sub. No, I missed some stuff, Erico, because I read chat and I try and keep up with the dialogue and stuff, but I missed the 2 minutes line.
A client of mine runs a crypto vault out of an old nuclear bunker in the Hindu Kush. I figure normal is a spectrum. Would you mind?
What exactly are we breaking into?
Web Industries' fabled R&D facility. All the greatest breakthroughs were developed right here. That includes the big brain in your basement. I knew about it, just not its exact location. What can I say? Sir Nicholas takes industrial espionage very seriously.
People want to come here.
You better believe it. It's the ultimate golden ticket.
Still, what's wrong with a tropical island?
Maybe the lease was cheap?
Optic camouflage, self-heating smart fabric. My compliments to your tailor.
And you sure wear it well.
Eyes on the bad guys.
That's actually a great question. If I wanted to move, I guess, to Antarctica, like, who fucking owns that?
Cable car station's up ahead.
Nobody?
Okay. Sentries?
Expect so. If I can reach that comms relay, I can jam the signal. Should give us an edge.
You brought toys. Nifty.
Like international treaty? Okay. I love that. I love when someone accidentally leaves a caps lock on. I think it's split between several countries! Like, whoa, bro. Okay. That's not something you need to scream about, for fuck's sake. It's a serious subject! 600, thank you for gifting a sub to Mitch McConnell's neck ussy. Oh my god, Mitch McConnell's neck ussy. Great. So there was one day I was on a boat with a chick and she was smoking hot, you know, like damn tension was there. We were both in the mood and we almost wrecked her ship, if you know what I mean. Then out of nowhere, a fucking submarine showed up and cock-blocked me. So a long, huge thing showed up and stopped my submarine to dive deep down. All right. I was waiting for that to be
Here,
a gag.
give me a boost.
I will, 1 second.
Why am I getting deja vu?
No, there was something over there.
Did you?
Oh, I must go over there later.
Meet you at the gatehouse.
Ah, okay. She goes that way, I go this way. I got it.
She brings a submarine, thermal smartware, jamming device. But does she bring a rope?
He has a point. That's always the first thing you put in a pack at D&D. Like, you put in an explorer's pack, 50 feet of rope. Every pack has it.
Look at you go.
Eyes on the bad guys, James.
You and your
This is where those
fucking
penalty
rope.
pull-ups pay off.
It's not a good movie. I will never admit that. I've rewatched it just to go like, am I being contrarian or like a dick on purpose because I want to hate that movie? No, it's bad. It's bad.
What have we here?
Oh, I'm supposed to go this way. Hold on. Vile Dreams giving a sub to Mayonnaise Febreze. What movie? You and your damn rope. You don't know that? Yeah. Good. I'm glad you don't know that movie. Don't watch it. I guess we're having a hype train.
So I figured it out, by the way. Your client is the CIA.
That's so?
They advances made MI6 top dog in the spy community. I bet the CIA would love to get back in the lead. Webb is the key, but they know he's too patriotic to defect. So they hired you to dig up some dirt on him. When I exposed him, he became a liability. If Webb leaks our secrets, the CIA take a hit as well. This is all just damage control.
Quite the theory.
What was that? Climate change.
Climate change.
Too soon.
What, too soon?
So how did I do?
Yeah, no. Not
Hey,
even close.
Gassy.
Really thought I was
Good to see you. Hope you guys are having a good day. Oh, wait, you're not with them. The girlies are doing their thing. I don't know if you're with them. Are you getting your hair did too, buddy?
Cable car's leaving.
New arrivals. Mostly senior staff from London HQ. Hopefully we'll be able to blend right in.
It's a big operation.
Webb's rounding up his lieutenants before MI6 can put the thumb screws on them. It's what I would have done.
You don't say.
Pete giving a sub to Gassy Mexican is my new dad. That's great. You been napping? Yeah. Oh, there. Okay. Way up there.
Reach the lower platform. I see a way in. There are guards up ahead.
Well, comms are down. We contain it quickly and they won't be able to reach the alarm. You take the one on the right. I'll take the one on the left.
Deal.
Hell, everyone's on edge. Diving unit went out this morning chasing a radar signal. Command thought it might be a UK sub.
Dad fight!
Humpback. Nearly torpedoed the damn thing.
Bloody hell. We're already at war with His Majesty's government. Let's not add the environmental lobby to the list, eh?
Yeah, amen to that.
That wasn't necessary.
Means to an end.
That's your way, not mine.
Eggs and omelets, James.
Where the fuck
On the
is she?
agenda.
No, I like Snatch. Snatch is great.
Moving now. We need to sweep the area. Let's find him.
Situation contained.
What? Man down! Hey! Hey!
Silent as a mouse with a rocket pen. I love after all the people we murdered along the way, it's like, that wasn't necessary. That's your way, not mine. Yeah, no shit. Like, I don't kill people unless it's absolutely necessary. Or I feel like it. Oh, there we go. Just blend in. I'm blending. Are we blending?
So far, so good. Next stop, cable car.
It's not a ski resort. We'll need staff IDs to board. Find a couple of newcomers and relieve them of their ID bracelets.
Oh, who knew Spycraft involved so much petty theft? And what'll you be doing?
Laying low.
Who knew Spycraft involved so much petty theft? Says the guy who's pickpocketed like 7 people on his way here.
I told you, a lot of familiar faces inside. I can't risk someone blowing my cover. Call if you need assistance, though.
Fine. Sit tight.
Norris and Vincent, you may pick up your ID bracelet at the HR counter. Norris and Vincent, your ID bracelet is ready.
Let's see. Trench, Lopez, Larson. Check. Yeah, everyone's accounted for. Except this one engineer who threw a fit and refused to get on the cable car. Some type of anxiety attack. Don't worry, he's not about to do a runner. I'm monitoring his tracking chip on my phone. Last thing we need is an outbreak of mass hysteria.
Found a lead on an ID. I need access to an HR person's phone.
Try a proximity hack. It worked to want those at the web gala.
Very funny.
What? Hell no. We've worked on this deal for 6 months. They're not pulling out because we targeted
Nigel, Gatehouse HR? We could use another couple of hands down here to sort out IDs. Your rivals are getting restless. Yes, well, let Miriam know when she's out of her meeting. Yeah, it's Nigel. I have a hysterical engineer on my hands who refuses to go on the cable car. Permission to sedate? We all know panic is contagious.
Don't worry, I'm not following you, I promise.
Had to ask. What's this? Remote hacking attempt detected.
Oh.
Defensive software engaged.
Shit.
Are these notifications even real?
Well?
The hack failed. They must have built in an extra layer of encryption. No. Looks like I'm gonna have to nick the phone.
Yeah, that was the
We do
easy
like petty
choice.
theft.
The company appreciates your compliance. We're working
Oh, I need
tirelessly
some
to resolve
chemicals.
this unfortunate crisis.
There we go.
And return you to your loved ones as soon as possible.
Excuse me, where are you going?
Nowhere.
Of course, no problem.
See you.
That's all I needed. Nope, I need a bit more.
Would you believe it? I was tapped to join the AI prosthetics team next quarter. Now everyone will assume I got a free pass like the rest of you lot.
Outrageous. Of all the historical injustices I have encountered,
Can I just laser her eyes?
surely the most grievous.
Oh! My eyes!
That would be my sandwich.
Stinging.
This is sarcasm.
Excuse me, but this isn't a public area. Sure.
I will comply.
Thank you, sir.
Someone just lit a fire in that garbage, though. Is anyone gonna fucking... Is anyone gonna notice? Just a raging fire back there, and no one gives a shit.
Just wait till you see the first one riding up. This great big structure emanating from the mist.
Is this too much for you? Need a hand?
No!
Nah, I'm good.
Suit yourself.
Back in 2009, they built the outer shell on site, but
I still don't have enough?
My eyes! I can't see.
Let's see. Somerset David. Got you.
Okay, get me up to speed here. How many ID bracelets have we signed off on?
7, I think. No. Macmillan makes 8.
Did Norris and
Anyone
Vincent
smell
pick up ID
Bernie?
yet?
Yep, just now. She was heading over to the lounge. Poor thing was so strung out on sleeping pills, she could barely see straight.
36 hours in transit will do that to you. I'll cross her off the list.
All right. Okay, David Somerset.
Wait to get my ID.
That's me.
Oh, this way. Hold on, hold on.
Your feelings are valid.
I don't think he's out here,
On the
though.
plane is all I'm saying. I've been waiting 45 minutes for my ID.
Okay, but just consider where you are for a moment.
Somerset?
Yeah? Who's this?
Fellow traveler. Can we talk? Why did they relocate you?
Before I joined robotics, I worked at a university research center doing circuit engineering on a quantum computing project.
That's exactly when I'm gonna be like, oh, a nice person outside the stall while I'm taking a shit. You know what? I'm gonna have a conversation with you.
For some reason, they put me on the extraction list. Don't know why, and don't care to find out.
Come on, mate. What's going on with you?
What's going on with me? My God, why can't anyone else see what this is? Webb is blackmailing the government, and they must be planning an armed response. So, management brought us here as human shields. When the bootnecks arrive, how do you think this is going to play out?
Try not to think about it.
Hidden opportunity? Ah, what?
Hang on. Someone's coming. Hang on. Someone's coming.
I want to know what that hidden opportunity is.
Just consider where you are for a moment. Web R&D, Harry. Could be worse.
Oh, maybe hold on. Let me talk.
I'm here for my ID bracelet.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait your turn. We have a lot of people to process. I'll call your name in due time.
Somehow I doubt that.
May as well take a look. Why not?
Oh, it's just that guy? Oh, what have we got here?
I guess it's fine now.
Excuse me, pal. You aren't allowed here.
Tanner, security office. Building AI flagged a potential fire in the cooling system. Pretty sure it's a glitch, but I gotta check.
Sorry, mate. That's not my problem. Get out of here.
Cheers.
Yes, I'll take a little look then.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
I mean, I know I can kick the door down, but I do want to know what the hidden opportunity is. And something Bond would say? There you go. I got it. Perfect.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
He would probably say it a little more threatening, but...
Is that Nora St. Vincent? Look, she's even got her ID bracelet. Should have been on the cable car. Nora! Rise and shine, Nora. Probably nothing, just a noise.
That was smooth.
I need to look.
What in the...
I can't believe that actually worked.
Stop yelling. Yeah, I can't listen when you yell.
All right. Does anyone know what where I go to get the secret opportunity? I'd really like to see it, just cause.
I need you to get the laptop in my study. The one with the skull.
To the helideck?
Smash it up.
Okay. Oh, there we go. There they are. Okay. There's the
Still taking a sweet time.
eavesdrop.
Say, what's going on
Nora
with your
St.
mate?
Vincent.
He looked pale as a sheet on the
on the
radio.
job.
Afraid of flying?
No. Some sort of stress-induced anxiety attack. I must say, I'm rather worried about him. He wasn't built for this sort of pressure. I'm gonna have a word with management.
You're a good friend, Karen.
Karen? You're a good friend, Karen.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Dr. Lucinda Swan, Perch Analytics. You could say I'm at the heart of this.
No. No.
Listen, David. Your pal Kieran is working on a plan to get you on the next chopper out, but he needs your ID to authorize the transfer order. He sent me to fetch it.
Oh, God. He's gonna throw it under the door?
How do I know I can trust you?
You don't need to open the door. Just slide it under.
Okay. Here goes.
Nice one. Hang in there. I'll be in touch.
Bless you.
IDs are in the bag.
Good.
Easy
Meet
peasy.
me by the cable car.
Can I still kick it, though? Can I still kick it, though? Oh, come on, man. I think I made the worst choice. I didn't know that was gonna happen. I was hoping for something funnier, but whatever. Yeah, I could restart the checkpoint. I just don't want to. You know what? Maybe I will. Let's see what happens. Vince giving a sub to Can You Dig It?
Meet me by the cable car.
No. Okay. I already had the checkpoint.
Let's see. Trench, Lopez, Larson. Check. Check.
Well
Maybe
done.
I won't finish it
I'm
today.
David Somerset, Senior Robotics Engineer. And you are Nora St. Vincent, Webb's private masseuse.
You're kidding me.
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Touche.
After you.
Scanning. David Somerset, Robotics Department. Security level 1. Please proceed. Scanning. Nora St. Vincent, Nanomechanics Department. Security level 1. Please proceed.
Oh, this is gonna be a cool little sequence, probably, right? No way this car is gonna crash or get hit by a rocket or anything.
Don't give me that look.
Why would you give her a look at all? You have the same gun.
Before I do what I came here to do.
For England, James?
No games, Isola. Do we have a deal?
Just don't fail. One way or another, Webb dies today.
I think you're underestimating how fast I go through the stealth sections.
That service robot looks friendly enough.
When in Rome.
Scanning ID. Greetings, David Somerset. Senior Test Engineer, Robotics Department. Where is your tracking chip? I do not detect a signal.
Tracking chip?
Company policy. You should have received the implants on the plane.
Ah, must have missed it. Spent most of the trip in the bathroom. Nervous flyer.
Very well. I have notified legal. Someone will be in touch. Now, how may I assist you?
What's your name?
It is Wellington. Thank you for asking. No one ever bothers.
Are you sentient?
Alas, no. But I have passed the Turing test many times with flying colors.
Where can I find Hyperion?
In the annals of Greek mythology.
Smart ass. Where may I find Sir Nicholas Webb?
Sir Nicholas is located in the Operations Department Command Center.
Great. Do I have access to operations?
You do not. Your access is limited to the Robotics Department.
Just my luck.
Strange. Your face does not match the picture in our database. You are not David Somerset. Stay put while I notify...
Daisy, Daisy.
I'm going to operations.
Give me your
Hyperion will
answer.
be at the command center.
If not, it's your best chance of locating it. You're in robotics, I'm in nanomechanics. I say we split up, double our chances.
Works for me. Call if you have a breakthrough.
If...
When?
Oh, take this. Pistol attachment. Fires a wireless electroshock projectile that will cripple an elephant and fry just about any electronic system. Might come in handy where you're going.
We've got those too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right bumper, right trigger. Okay, I get it. I get it. I just wasted one though.
Error. Please await assistance.
Out of order. Keypad readers conked down, ready to diagnose it, don't touch. Pardon the inconvenience. Glenn for maintenance.
Even here the tech breaks down. Oddly comforting. Some type of testicle. Synced to the door panel. All fixed.
Yeah, why would you want to cripple an elephant? Why is that even on your mind?
Bet Q would like this place.
David Somerset?
Yes, that's me. Bond, James Bond.
Seems I'm in the right place.
I mean, Somerset.
Good show.
David Somerset.
Hope you're feeling better. I'm Ferguson, the head of department. Up on that big platform over there and show you the ropes. So, you came in on the chopper this morning?
That's right. Straight from London.
How's the weather?
Well, if you need to ask, you've been away too long.
Ain't that the truth? May I introduce the Autonomous Demolition Unit, or Recce among friends.
Recce!
It's designed for urban
Good old
disaster,
Recce!
able to clear a path through wreckage in mere moments, allowing medical aid to arrive safer and faster. Here, grab the controls and take it for a spin.
Sure.
Let's get started. Issue a move command. Any direction you want. Good. Now, here comes the fun bit. Make Recce demolish those crates.
Smash it. Just don't get in its way.
Recce is equipped with a full array of detection sensors. As long as you have a heartbeat, you're perfectly safe. All right.
Okay. Trying to wreck him.
Stay put while I reconfigure the pen. It'll only take a minute. I'm curious, what exactly are the accusations against Sir Nicholas? We're getting mixed messages down here.
You know, high treason, fraud, conspiracy to commit murder. A slap on the wrist stuff, really.
Must be false. Something a troll farm cooked up. The stuff they can do with deepfakes these days. Anyway, here we are. Our most promising creation. Tabula Rasa, general-purpose android. This unit can master virtually any function or skill through mimetic machine learning. Caretaker, paramedic, teacher, sky's the limit. It's quite strong when required, and incredibly damage-resistant. You know how to use a gun?
How hard can it be?
Go on, then. Try and make a dent.
Okay. Remarkable. I imagine law enforcement agencies will be lining up.
Not an option, I'm afraid. Company policy. And the public just isn't ready for it. Functionality is totally there, though. Okay, you can leave the weapon back in the rack.
Pity. It was starting to grow on me.
Well, that's all the time I have, I'm afraid. We'll pick this up later. Have a look around. I suggest you try the piano. Advanced mimicry. It'll knock your socks off.
Yeah, will do. Thanks for your time.
Good to have you on the team, Somerset.
James, what's your status?
Happily single, thank you very much.
I'm moving past nanomechanics. The utility area behind the research space connects every floor.
Utility area. Got it.
Oh, there we go.
Motion detected. Activating dynamic impulse response sensors.
Oh, okay.
Mimicry systems engaged. Proceed with test.
I lead, it follows. Good to know.
Okay, we're adding a sound sample to the board. Let's see what we're getting rid of. Looks like this is the newest one, right?
Got my dick stuck
in a Mexican cock. Okay.
Fine, twist your nutsack off if I can
Find the little bugger. All right. Twisting your nutsack is now gone. In its place, we're going to put this. Nope. 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 How much of this do you want? Okay. Hold on. Damn it. I think that's it. Here, let's try this.
No small talk? No chit-chat? That's the trouble with the world today. No one takes the time to do a really sinister interrogation anymore. It's a lost art.
Really long, but is that what you wanted? Perfect. Okay. Okay. It's a lost art. All right. That is... I'm just going to write it up as no chit-chat? Question mark? No chit-chat?
No small talk?
No.
No chit-chat? That's the trouble with the world today. No one takes the time to do a really sinister interrogation anymore. It's a lost art.
It's a lost art. All right. There you go, buddy. It's on the board, and we're going to save it right now. There we go. Saved up. Okay, that's enough.
Right, back to work.
That finger dexterity is amazing.
That's what my wife said.
Excuse me.
Didn't see you there.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask. What about defensive applications? Could they be used for policing?
See, that would go against our corporate values.
Why? They'd be great for de-escalation. Probably avoid a lot of human error and senseless violence.
True, but people instinctively
The glass wall looks delicate.
Oh, it's okay. Gonna mimic you making tea. All instructions, word of caution: do not rest your bum on the platform with the heat turned all the way up unless you fancy sitting on a frozen bag of pizza for the rest of the day. Speak from personal experience, Patrick.
Insufficient clearance.
Okay.
Hey, what are you testing?
We're calibrating the android's strength and fine motor skills to handle unstable chemicals and fragile samples. This unit could do toxic waste disposal, assist in biocontainment labs, even conduct scientific studies in outer space.
The sky is not the limit. Impressive.
Especially when it works. Those chemicals are a pest to clean up.
Hey, just doing the rounds. What are you testing?
This android's outer shell is constructed from our new smart composite nanofiber material. Ultralight and shock absorbing. Damn near indestructible. We believe it will revolutionize space travel. But testing on human subjects would be far too dangerous. Obviously. Go on, have a crack.
Don't mind if I do.
Shooting range activated. Weapon deployed. All clear. Proceed with test.
See, another scratch.
Still not convinced. Better try one more time. There's science.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I don't want to try one more time for science.
Had enough?
May come back later to conduct a control experiment.
You won't be the first.
Vin's giving a sub to Spray and Pray, also waterboarding, and Rayu. Thank you, Vincent.
Incredible. How does it even work?
It's like, you know those active work harnesses they use for heavy lifting? Industry standard for a few years now.
My uncle moves pianos. Says if it wasn't for his exo, he'd been forced to retire long ago.
Yeah, well, that thing's a piece of shite. What the tardigrade Mark III does is use self-learning AI to mimic the nerve clusters in the spine and act as a circuit, reconnecting the severed halves. The subjects are not...
Shooting range activated. Weapon deployed. All clear. Proceed with test.
Just imagine a combat unit fitted with those things.
Don't hold your breath.
Just great.
Now there's a sticky situation.
This could take a while.
Serve them well enough.
Cleaning robot to test area 2. Cleaning robot to test area 2.
Sure. The only way we won't be needing weapons in the future is if we're all dead.
And that, Yoshi, is why you're in robotics.
Ah!
Cleaning in progress. Insufficient clearance.
No, I was too late. Are you coming back? Yeah, come back through that gate there. Nice day for it, isn't it?
Cleaning bin full. Return to station.
You don't mind if I tag along, do you?
There we go.
Insufficient clearance.
Starting to feel unwelcome.
Yeah, I used the Mimic Bot to, I played the piano with the Mimic Bot. Was there more to it? Or is that just another way in?
Cleaning in progress.
Oh, there's another Mimic Bot. Oh, yeah. You can also bang the bot over piano. Wow, okay. Oh, use the yoga bot to break the glass. Okay.
Cleaning in progress.
The floor is warm in here.
Oh, yes, the platform is temperature controlled for extreme conditions testing. Crank it to max and you can dry
okay.
roast a turkey.
Okay.
You want me to turn it down?
Oh, no thanks. It's rather pleasant, actually.
Oh, what the
Time to turn up the heat.
Oh, and she's like, oh my God, it's so hot. It's so hot. And it turns around and runs out. Or not?
Coast is clear.
Okay, so I get up there.
Motion detected. Activating dynamic impulse response center.
Oh, okay.
Mimicry systems engaged. Proceed.
Come on, put your back into it.
Ah, okay.
My fault. I was trying to make it do the robot. I'll go fetch a broom.
Hey, Ferguson. Your new arrival just made a complete mess of my session.
Ooh, Somerset.
Think so? He just took control of my unit and smashed the glass wall. Said he was trying to make it do the robot.
That's Somerset.
He cracks me up. That's Somerset. He's
Just
funny.
Go easy on him, okay? It's his first day.
Unbelievable.
Cleaning robot to test area 1.
That's fucking
Cleaning
funny.
robot to test area 1.
Okay. So different ways to do it. I love it. I love that there's different ways to do this.
Cleaning in progress. Cleaning in progress.
Up we go.
Oh, it's gonna hurt me.
Getting cold.
Yeah. Just turn off the fuse box. That's all you gotta do. Easy peasy.
There's a view to die for.
Or a view to a kill. A view to a kill. Whoops. Whoops, James. Whoops.
Whoa. Whoa. Precarious? Gotta be another way back in. No, I'll take the next one.
Yes, that's what I was trying to do fucking 3 times.
James, how's progress?
Great. I'm progressing.
Glad to hear it.
Whoever thought they'd need a balcony at minus 30 degrees?
Lorg. Wait, which is the one he met at the resort? In the swimsuit? That one. Because her bum is out of this world. Canadian Ginger, eh? Thank you for the 96 months. 8 years. Fine. Thank you.
James, a word of warning. I just ran into a guard who wanted to scan my ID bracelet.
Are we compromised?
He's, having a lie down. But clearly we're not supposed to be back here.
Thanks for the heads up.
I'll wait for you on the landing.
Seriously, what keeps this place from sinking into the sea? Sheer willpower?
It's perfectly safe. Webb doesn't cut corners.
No, that'd be too pedestrian for him. He only dabbles in high treason.
Allegations. Nothing more.
Your loyalty is moving.
So what if it's true? The establishment always has it in for a visionary. Change frightens them.
Please, mate. No politics. Not today.
I have to, right? Yeah, I have to. Don't worry, I don't kill people unless unless I throw them off of the, I mean, he could live. He could live, probably.
This is really something. Beats the view from the London office.
Visual confirmed.
It's even better up close.
He even has a fucking quippy line. It's even better up close.
Insufficient clearance.
Shit. I should have left one of them alive so I could get through. Wait, do you have some?
Insufficient clearance.
Fuck me. Oh, wait. Are you saying I didn't have to kill any of them? Okay.
It was a thing of beauty. Penrose hacks the fire alarm system. The morgue staff is evacuated. And me and Tommy here slipped in dressed as firefighters. Swapped the dental records and DNA samples, and voila. The alleged Caliban is nothing but a low
Got him.
Good it did. What a lady really fouled up. Can't believe he's gone.
Right
Let me
side,
see.
At least you lads got a bit of
What's that?
lower tan before getting dispatched to the end of the world.
I swear, this is it. If we make it out of this mess, I'm out.
There's a body just there.
Oh.
Leave that.
No way.
There! Don't let him escape!
Excuse me, guys. Pardon me. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Watch for his trap. He's got his gun.
Situation contained? Okay. Situation contained. Super sneaky. No one's gonna notice the bullet holes on the door.
Boys and their toys. How was nanomechanics?
Not much to look at. Shall we?
Which means Zig has semen in his ass, but none in his balls. I only had the punchline and I didn't want to go away, so here we are.
Issa LaVale.
Lindsay, Hi.
What on earth?
Did
are
you hear
doing
that
here?
gunfire?
I heard you were let
Me
go.
neither.
Long story.
I'm
Long
afraid we have
story?
little time for chit-chat. So Nicholas expects a debriefing right away.
And you are?
Kittredge, Special Intelligence Task Force.
Never heard of it.
Lucky you. Let's keep it that way, shall we?
Right. Of course.
This conversation never happened.
Fuck off, dude.
You'd make a great con man, James.
Always nice to have something to fall back on. So how come you didn't know where this place was located?
I knew it was within the Antarctic Circle, same as everyone else. But the
What up,
exact
Trash Hunter?
coordinates were classified. Even Damien was never invited down here.
Webb's own son. And no wonder the guy was troubled.
Please. There's no excuse for what Damien was.
Oh, you think Kittredge was a
Webb just found
Mission
a way to
Impossible
harness
reference?
his son's
Eh,
worst
maybe.
impulses.
Oh, if life gives you lemons.
Pretty much.
Make lemon flavored liquor.
It's Webb. And that is Roger Finch.
Oh, I found
Chief
him.
Legal officer.
I know.
I made him shit his pants earlier.
I've upgraded security. No one enters the command center but you and me. The next 48
Well,
Life gives you lemon.
we
Have a
need to
lemon
boost our
party.
security level.
How do we manage that?
I'm sure there's an upgrade station around here somewhere. But you must do the heavy lifting again.
Okay.
This place will be crawling with management types like Lindsay back there. I can't risk being seen.
All right, well, hang back. I'll go fast-track my career.
I'll poke about in the system. See what I can find.
This won't do. We need to control the Nanosphere.
James, any progress?
Loads.
Well, I found out there's an ID station in the security office. You'll be able to upgrade your security clearance from there.
Good shout. I'll check it out.
We've received a notification about two of the new arrivals, David Somerset and Nora St. Vincent. Something about missing tracking chips.
Never heard of them. Let security sort it out. We just stamp the paperwork.
Security memo.
Someone better take a look at that.
Oh, come on.
Mind if I ask you something?
No.
Shoot.
The man has plausible
I was trying to get into the command center.
Don't bother.
They've shut down operations.
We're just walking by. Okay, that
So
guy's looking
Nicholas
at
and
it.
Roger Finch, the chief legal officer, are the only ones with access.
Just my luck.
By the time this mess reaches the public, it'll involve shape-shifting aliens.
How long have you been stationed down here?
6 weeks. I was about to take some leave when this crisis happened. I used to bodyguard an oil executive. Figured getting a job in tech would land me an air of respectability. Joke's on me, yeah.
Me, the new boss, same as the old boss.
Ah, you said it.
Hold that thought. I think I hear my phone ringing.
Later, mate. Any update on Somerset?
Try the utility floor. Sometimes the staff get in there by mistake.
Ah, that's why. All right. What is going on with that garbage today? It keeps getting keeps lighting itself on fire somehow. Oh, come on, dude.
That was strange.
What the hell, man?
I don't get this.
You know, I told Paul to head straight to the airport. Call a neighbor, I said. Get them to feed the cat. But he insisted. Of course MI6 agents were waiting for him.
Oh, hell. You think he'll crack?
Are you kidding? This is Paul we're talking about. They'll have him admit to the Kennedy assassination before his coffee's cold.
Oh. Uh-oh. Don't come in here.
I suppose you can't tell them much they don't already know.
I just feel bad for him. Paul's a gentle soul.
He knew what he was getting into.
Paul's an old school patriot. His granddad flew air raids over Dresden. He was spoon-fed notions.
The hell?
What the? You can't just wander
Oh,
in.
God damn it.
Sorry about that.
Shit.
Thanks.
right, let's try it again. There you go.
He was spoon-fed notions of necessary evil.
Why does this keep happening?
Poor figure, taking Theo to 100%. They'll be doing the country a great service.
A lot of us in operation.
What is up with that?
Well, it stopped now.
What was that?
Oh, come on!
And I was just leaving.
Goodbye.
Any sign of Norris and Vincent?
Mind if I ask you something?
No. Shoot.
Hold that thought. Think I hear my phone ringing.
Later, mate. David Somerset. Any sign of him?
James, I'm looking at department schematics. Looks like the upstairs rooms are connected by vents. Could be a way into the security office.
Ah, here we go.
Where's Miriam? My? On a first-name basis with the head of department, are we? La-di-da.
She's in a staff
Thanks,
briefing
Aku.
upstairs.
Recharge battery.
Why?
It was just
Priority
in the high
message from
80s.
London.
Ugh, stupid
I left it
GPS.
here on her desk. Will you let her know, please?
As soon as she's out. Not making that mistake twice.
Okay. But she'll want to see this.
Oh. Oh. That's not good.
Ah! Oh, my eyes!
That's cold, Em.
A back channel message UK form FFC said agents actions. The message is signed by Foreign Secretary Stephen Bright. Okay.
God. This is not the time to
Oh,
make
there's the security memo. Okay. I see.
What in? Better have a look. Uh-huh. What?
Ah, fuck me.
What? I think it's all right now.
I didn't have enough juice. Fuck!
Any news on Somerset? Keep looking.
There. Now I should have enough juice for both of them.
What's going on? Guess I'll check. What is
1864 is passcode for the archive. Okay.
odd? That's better.
Mind if I ask you something?
No. Shoot.
No.
Hold that thought.
Okay.
Think I hear my phone ringing.
Later, mate.
Pull yourself together.
Any update on Somerset? Try the utility floor. Sometimes the staff get in there by mistake.
Ugh. Okay, so I can light that on fire. And I need enough juice for 2 people.
Hey, that's... I know I heard something. I'm not imagining this. Well, let's stop now.
Okay. Okay.
What the? Any word on David Somerset? And we're sure he boarded the cable.
What's going on with this?
Try the arrival station. Maybe that's as far as it goes.
Always putting me up to check it out.
Hey, did someone just suckle my battery?
All right. Seems okay now.
Ah! Oh, that went right in my eye.
There. Women instructing all security personnel to escort them to the nearest security office and administer their mandatory tracking chip implants.
Appears I'm a wanted man.
What are you playing at?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Here we are again.
Yeah.
Better turn myself in. Mind if I ask you something?
No. Shoot.
Name's David Somerset. I was told you're looking for me.
Turning ourselves in, are we?
Fool of yourself.
Come along to the security office. We'll get you sorted.
After you.
James, what are you doing?
We're going to the security office.
That's what I said.
Talking out loud.
Without the proper clearance.
Good
I'm an
lord, are you a
intelligence liaison.
spy or a fucking moron?
Interdepartmental and cross-disciplinary knowledge sharing.
Huh?
Special license.
I see. How about your colleague, Nora St. Vincent? Any idea where she's at?
Afraid not. She comes and goes.
Insufficient clearance.
I'm sorry.
Apologies.
Ravini, Yamazaki,
Unintentional.
Maxwell. Who else is still unaccounted for? We need to double the effort.
We use a jet injector for the chip implant. I know they look scary, but really it happens so fast you barely feel a sting. Okay, let me pull your file. David Somerset. Here you are? Oh.
It's kind of a funny story.
Can't wait to hear it.
Insufficient clearance.
Oh, okay. They don't hear it pounding against the door. Literally pounding against the fucking door.
Just need to upgrade my ID.
Not bad, James. Not bad at all.
Level 5. Moving up in the world. Isola, we're all set. Meet me at the command center.
It's a date.
The security gets really loud in there. What are they having, a party? An internal web industry dossier on M, the latest head of MI6. Okay. Oh, I could have gone this way though.
Okay, let's see where this goes. Next order of business.
No, you got him wrong. Webb firmly rejects the great man hypothesis. On the contrary, it is his deeply held belief that no one is great. It's just that humankind loves its heroes, don't we? So we put them on a pedestal and gloss over their mistakes. In reality, you don't need to be a
Not quite there.
history
Do a
major
second
to
pass.
realize that these
Next item.
so-called great men cock up just as much as the rest of us. On a much larger scale.
This is promising. Precisely. We need to set up back channels for the Chileans, the Norwegians, every nation.
Okay.
Keep the Royal Navy at bay for at least some time. Next up.
Attention all staff, the code to the archive is stored in the office safe. Yes, I got it. I have it.
And why is this on my table?
Hey, baby.
You're getting good at this, James.
Remember our deal.
How could I forget?
Applies to Roger Finch as well. He's a civilian.
That doesn't make him any less punchable.
No, I will punch him for sure. And I'll kill him if I feel like it.
No sign of Webb. Or Hyperion.
Never mind. We are at the heart of his operation. The information you need will be on one of those terminals.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna find a way down.
Okay, you poke around. I'll keep a lookout.
Think I know exactly where to poke.
Next, sir, from Sir Nicholas Webb's memoir entitled Singleton, The Path to a Benign Future. The hero with 1,000 faces, the great man hypothesis, knight in shiny armor.
Happens.
Main character energy. Our culture is separated in tales of singular greatness and the power and glory of the individual. The solitary hero saves the kingdom, not society, yada, yada, yada. Respectfully disagree. Reality of the great man is, after rationalization, a product of selective history and a romantic culture contract, blah, 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 blah. In other words, true algorithmic governance promising to overcome the failures of human politics. So he wants the whole shebang to be run by robots.
Just like that. All right. Show yourself.
Is that a uterus?
There you are.
James?
Yeah, the
You might wanna
clitoris.
see this.
He was looking for the clitoris the whole time. That was his mission. Oh, there you are.
What are we looking at?
Predictive analytics. That's a neural network tree. Watch.
It's a roadmap.
Yeah, for overthrowing the British government in as few moves as possible. And instating Stephen Bright as the next PM.
It's a damn coup d'etat. How is this possible?
Well, looks like with Thea offline, Webb was finally free to use his mirror machine to his own gain. You really outdone yourself this time, James.
I have to get down there.
James Bond. We meet again.
Hey, what's up, shit pants? How you doing?
Roger Finch, Chief Legal Officer.
Right. Elevator guy.
I'm sure this is all a big joke to you. Don't move. I will shoot. It's Finch. James Bond is here. I've got him poking about in operations. Sound the alarm. Let's see you wiggle your way out of this one.
Challenge accepted.
Let's go. We're about to have company. You should take the freight lift down. Webb is not going to leak the data on account of one rogue agent, but he will throw everything he has at you to stop you from reaching Hyperion.
What about you?
Webb's penthouse is directly above us. I'll wait for him there. Time to settle scores.
Isola, if it's closure you're looking for, I promise you won't find it. Not like this.
Elevator guy cannot catch a break.
The target is still here. Shoot on sight. Anyone have eyes on the CLO? Negative. What are we dealing with?
Here's my ride.
An SBS raid? A rogue MI6 agent with a chip on his shoulder. Serious. One man. Start searching.
Keys in the lock.
Lift activated.
Can't be this easy.
Running diagnostics. Resuming functions. Going down.
Wow, these guys are really bad at their job.
Isola, I made it onto the lift, heading down towards Hyperion. Did you locate Webb? Isola, copy.
Speedrunners, you're welcome.
He's blinded! Hurry in!
Damn it. I mean business.
Thanks for the practice.
Going down.
Okay. That's gotta be the last of them.
Gotta be.
Have you lost your mind?
You're talking about turning them into autonomous weapon systems. This is not what we do.
The order came straight from the top. Remove all safety restrictions and upload the defense software protocol.
No, I won't be a part of this.
Then I will. Step aside.
Oh.
Oh, hell no. Need a way out. Now.
Well, well. Out of the frying pan and into the meat grinder. Didn't see that coming, did you? Finch. Now you remember my name. Who's the joke now, Bond? Huh? Who's the bloody joke?
Last one hold. Think.
Oh. There, fuck's sake, dude.
Disabling the brakes. What is it waiting for? Break the glass! Break it now!
Dude! Okay. That prompt is catchy.
Same control panel as the lift. Not getting anywhere without the override key. This better work.
Well, shit.
So Hyperion's on 15. Means only...
No. Okay.
Right. Won't be getting one of those.
Yep, and now blend in. Easy peasy.
Reki.
Attention all
Reki!
This is a level 2 alert. Anyone not performing critical functions is kindly instructed to return to their quarters and await further instructions. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Postcard by a web industry employee. I'm here. I'm finally here. If only I could tell you where here is. Don't worry, guys. Couldn't be safer in places. Dream Factory. Love. See you in 5 months. Love, Caitlin.
Performing critical functions is kindly
Sorry to
instructed
ruin the
return
party.
to their quarters and await further instructions. We apologize for the inconvenience. Attention all staff. This is a level 2 alert. Anyone not performing critical functions.
Why do you give people reminders all the time, Crancius?
And await
As
further
if
instructions.
people don't know me by now. Just what I do. All right. Carry on.
Attention all staff. This is a level 2 alert. Anyone not performing critical functions is kindly instructed to return to their quarters and await further instructions. We apologize for the inconvenience.
I hate reading and going slow. What else do I hate, Corencius? I hate reading, I hate going slow. What else?
More fans. They should lead to the lower levels.
Reminders.
Let's stick to factory settings this time, shall we? Oh no.
There we go.
Throw your weight around.
Reki! Get him, Reki! Oh, hell yeah. All right, right here now. Oh, it stopped. Good job, buddy.
Reki's blocked. Gotta lower the bollards.
Gotta lower the bollocks. What?
Sure. Why make it easy?
I didn't see what am I scared of? Ah, more guys. Okay.
Secondary lock deactivated. Lowering
Thanks, Reki. You really came through.
Oh, what? Oh, it destroyed it? Oh, it went down. Oh, okay. Rip Reki.
How to get inside that structure. Ideally without being ground to a pulp. Gotta stop the centrifuge. Power source must be nearby. Great. More the merrier. You're killing me.
Generator down. Engine is 66% operation.
see that coming, did you? Oh, bitch.
Generators down. Engine 33%. Power failure. Shield slapdown imminent. Energy levels critical. Electrostatic discharge in 3, 2, 1.
There you go, electrostatic, the EMP.
Thanks for the masterclass, Ferguson. I'll put in a good word with Q.
And... Oh, shit. Oh, now what do I do? Okay. It came in like a wrecking ball. Someone had to sing it, right?
Okay.
Yellow warning. Engine
Final stretch.
Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
Oh, jump there. Okay, that's where we're jumping. All right. Oh, you're supposed to ride this thing? That is not OSHA certified. No
Engine
fucking way.
Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
Oh, since I'm playing it way after the hype, I imagine I'm only the 20th streamer to sing it. Okay. Oh.
Yellow warning. Engine in
Top 20 though.
Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
Stairs would have been nice. Well, guess I'll make my own way down.
Yellow warning. Engine inoperative. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
I must have missed something. Oh, there we go.
Yellow warning. Engine
Oh.
inoperative. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization. Yellow warning. Engine inoperative. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
There we go. I think. Aha. Aha.
Yeah, that's not happening. Must be an
Yellow
off
warning.
switch somewhere.
Engine inoperative. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
There we go. And down we go. Wait a minute. No, I'm supposed to go through here.
Yellow warning. Engine inoperative. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
Oh. Okay.
What are you saying? Who gave the order?
It was Finch. Told us to disable all safety restrictions and upload the defense software protocol. Said he was acting on your behalf.
Contain the situation before it snowballs, and find the intruder. He must not reach the silo.
Too late!
Webb's here. Isola, Webb is at the silo. You're in the wrong place. Isola? She's offline.
Wow. Here we go. Oh, no. Hold on. Not yet. Oh, there we go.
Orange warning. Stabilization attempt failed. Fire eruption in the cooling system.
Whee!
Okay. Ominous.
Our chief legal officer told us to do all kinds of violent things with the robots, but he's a CLO, so he can't really get in trouble, right?
Bet he got a kick out of that one. It's the perfect sleeper agent. Always watching, recording our every move. A threat so far outside of the box we couldn't even conceive of it. Well, that ends today, Webb. That's a promise.
Orange warning. Stabilization attempt failed. Fire eruption in the cooling system.
Fam up too.
Immediate action required.
Why quit while you're ahead?
Oh, I got a Reki keychain. Hooray! No, I'll never forget him.
Don't want to know.
That's a big guy.
Keep moving in.
Got someone on.
There we go.
Orange warning. Stabilization attempt failed. Fire eruption in the cooling system. Immediate action required.
The pen rockets are just too good. I gotta keep that, keep my chemicals topped up. Yeah. And we are gifted with a cutscene. Guess what? They had another quantum computer in Antarctica.
Okay. Remove the core. Stop the leak.
Mr. Bond. Predictably unpredictable.
That's a contradiction.
You come for my other son?
Maybe this one you'll actually care about.
Not so fast. Health monitoring device. Like all tech, its purpose can be redirected. Such as dumping every last bit of MI6 data the moment that my heart stops beating.
I don't have to kill you to stop you.
Go on then. Risk it. Not so easy when you have so much to lose, is it?
Shoot him in the dick, man. Shoot him in the dick. Right in the dick. There's no way he keeps a hold of his gun after a dick shot. Oh, come on, dude.
Thought so. Drop it. Kick it away.
Your very own magic mirror. It's clever, I'll give you that. Was overthrowing the government always part of the plan?
A last resort, nothing more. And like a great man once said, never let a good crisis go to waste.
Happy to be of service.
There is no flip side to the world I'm building. You think I'm a fiend.
Monologuing.
But make no mistake, Bond. The future will be grateful.
Oh, my dick! Oh, wait, no. Hold on. What? No way. No one saw that coming.
What did you do? You gave me your word.
You really should know by now, James. My word means nothing. I've most likely pierced the abdominal aorta. He doesn't have long. I'd keep the old ticker going if I were you.
Whatever happens, stop her. Don't let them have Hyperion.
Your parents' murder. Just another lie.
Oh, what can I say? I know my audience. This is business. Always was. The only reason I let you get this far is because you make for such wonderful distractions. Good luck, James. I really do mean it.
No, she stole the ram sticks. Do you know how valuable those are these days? Oh, that's a cool, like, take on the, yeah, on the aperture closing. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go.
Where are you? I've been trying to.
I was right about Hyperion.
my
Webb's
God.
dead. Stop the leak, but Isola escaped with the cord. You need to send in the cavalry.
I'll do it.
It'll be too late.
Not that way. Oh, downstairs.
Red warning. All personnel proceed to the evacuation room.
You've got better onto the boat. I repeat, all units,
That'll hurt in the morning.
faster! If she reaches that sub! Isola! Stop!
Okay.
She must be heading to the docks.
Here we go again!
Is he talking to Moneypenny? Moneypenny's not on the line, right?
There. She's going for the boat.
Oh no you don't! Not this time!
Excuse me, I need to borrow this. You didn't have to punch him. You could have just thrown him off. Time for a boat chase scene. Whee! Oh, there's a cannon.
Sorry, fellas. This one's mine.
Yeah! Unintentional jump and explosion. Oh god. Oh god, am I dying? Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Well, right into that one. Right into that one.
He's still alive! Don't make me.
You won't.
Love you.
Let it go, James. Oh, look at you. Whole house broken. What a waste.
My ride! Oh, she's gonna do it. She's gonna dive?
They won't take you
No,
back, you
okay,
know?
okay.
You will rot in a cell and leave nothing behind but a blackened file.
Mrs. Bond, the threat is neutralized. I could use a ride. +1.
Stop touching your ear, Bond. God.
He insists he was working alone, no assistance from anyone MI6.
What about the girl? What does he have to say about her?
We'll find out after this last break of the day. Well, maybe last break. Oh, shit. I gotta call my mom. Okay, hold on. Let's call my mom and then take a break. Okay. It's gonna be a real quick call today. I totally forgot to call her. All right. It is Mom Day. Right. Okay. And then I gotta take my dogs out and take a break. Because I gotta pee and they gotta pee. Oh, thank you, Pete, for giving a sub to Isla Vanel. Isla Vanel. Hi, Mom. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. I'm playing a James Bond game.
Are you? How's the weather down there?
It is hot as shit.
Yeah, it's hot here too.
God damn, it's like 95 degrees outside. It's crazy.
It's close to that here, and this weekend it's supposed to get to 108.
Yeah. 108? God damn.
Yeah, but we don't have the humidity you have.
No, you do not, and it is solid. It is thick heat around here, around these parts.
I know it, yeah.
Yeah. So, you ever watch...
Anyway, you were playing James Bond?
Yeah, you ever watch any James Bond movies?
Years and years ago.
You got a favorite James Bond?
Pierce Brosnan.
Ah, good choice. A lot of people say Pierce.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably have to go with Daniel Craig, man. I think he killed it as Bond. He's a good Bond.
I never saw any of his.
Oh yeah, he's the newest one.
Yeah.
He's a good looking guy too.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to ask you questions, Mom, but I gotta take these dogs out, so I'm gonna pick a couple and then we'll say goodbye. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, Mom. Okay. If you were torturing someone for information, what would be your way of doing it?
Probably hitting him with a stick.
Just hitting him with a stick? That's it?
Yeah, just beating them with a stick until they tell me. Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't be crueler than that.
So no like car battery to the testicles or anything like that?
No, sweetheart.
Just beat him with a
stick.
stick.
Very nasty.
Hey, it's simple, but it's effective, Mom. It is simple but effective.
Yes.
Do you think you could survive being interrogated?
Depends on what it is I'm being convicted of.
Okay, tell you what.
But I don't think I could.
Let me ask you this. I'm going into hiding, and you know where I am. But there's bad guys out there that want to know where I am. Do you think you could hold out?
Yes.
You could, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
What if someone was beating you with a stick?
That'd be fine. I don't care. I'm not telling them.
Okay, sounds good. I love it. Good job, Mom. Badass. Right on. Who do you think would make a better James Bond, me or my brother?
Probably your brother.
Yep, that's a good answer. That is the correct answer. I'm a Bond villain.
It?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
You would make a good villain.
That's right. I would. What do you think my Bond villain name would be?
Zeke Mania.
Zeke Mania.
What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Zeke Mania. That's me. Mr. Bond, have you met my compatriot, Zeke Mania? Oh, he has. What do I do? Because, you know, like, all the Bond villains have, like, their special thing. Like, Oddjob throws his hat. It's, like, razor sharp. Jaws has, like, these metal jaws that can crush bone and stuff like that. Like, what would my gimmick be?
Right. Goodness gracious, I don't know. Crushing them to death.
With what?
With your arms.
With my huge arms. I just crush him to death.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Like how crush them? Like what are you picturing when
around their bodies.
Oh, like a big arm bear hug, and I crush them like that.
Right.
Do you think I kiss them before they died?
Yeah, I think you'd what?
Do you think I'd kiss them before they die? Because, I mean, ostensibly we'd be face to face while I'm crushing them.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's see. One more question, then we'll let you go. If you could come up with a spy gadget, what would it do?
Probably, I was going to say read somebody's mind, but I'm not sure I want to do that.
Mr. Bond, we have this special dart here that'll let you read someone's mind. Nah, I'm good. I don't need to read anybody's mind. I'm fine. So if Q came up to you and was like, here's this invention that we made to read people's mind, you'd be like, nah, that's okay. I'm good.
Yeah, really. I don't think I'd want to do that.
Someone had a good one for
but
you.
I can't think of anything else.
A concealed stick holder.
Oh, God.
Something to hide a stick so you could whip it out and be like, I didn't think I had this stick, did you?
There you go.
That's perfect. I love it, Mom. Well, just as an update into my life, we're still in the midst of selling the house. It's looking like it might go through.
Good.
And if it does, we'll know for sure the final thing is the 16th. So we got about a week.
Oh, okay.
Okay. To see if we sold it or not. So we'll see what happens. I'll let you know next week.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Okay, do that.
that'll be nice. But that's all I got for you, Mom.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to let you go. I love you.
I love you too, sweetheart.
All right, you have a good day, Mama.
Yes, I will, sweetheart. Bye, Zirconian.
Bye, Zirconian. Say bye to my mom.
Hey, I always look forward to your phone calls, sweetheart.
I know you do, Mom. That's why I try not to forget every week.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry this one was so late.
Oh, no, this is just fine.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later, Mama. I love you.
Okay, I love you too, babe.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. There you go. Mom call done. Okay. Let me turn on some tunes for you. There we go. All right. We're just going to take a short break. My mom is damn sweet. I love my mom. I'm just going to take the dogs out, and then we'll come back, and we'll see how far we can get before the day's over. So stick around. Okie dokie. Welcome back. Back to the Bond. Let's see where we can get.
A means to an end. He needed a ride.
Who just happened to offer at the most convenient time. No one's that naive.
He saw her as a calculated risk.
He got more than he bargained for. What's our take on her?
We have none. Or 1,000. Nothing adds up.
Well, surely you must be able to tell me something about her.
Well, so far, she's manipulated all our screenings and biometrical analysis, only breaking a sweat when she means to. The fact that we have nothing on her is perhaps the most telling thing of all. Someone has gone to great lengths to make her what she is and cover their tracks.
She's a robot. Oh my God, she's a robot.
Ever who she's working for. Can't help but wish it was us.
Well, it's not. That is the one thing we know about her.
So someone opened the doors for us. How nice. Race
Are you
you.
coming?
Get out of my way! Move!
Give them hell, James.
Bye. I love you.
There he is, in the corridor. Try to get away. That's it, through the corridor. Stay alert. Watch out! I've got him. You're going down. England blocking.
Attack MI6. Must be a whole new breed of crazy.
No. Why would I do that? Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Yeah. Be good. Okay. Let's get out of here.
Don't try to move.
No!
Who's doing
Oh.
this?
I don't know you.
The lockdown was triggered. They still got in. Shouldn't be possible.
For England, James.
We need to get word upstairs. Red phone in security room.
Why does everybody who's dying talk like a caveman?
I promise.
Red phone, security room.
Another one.
Bites the dust.
Tried to put up a fight.
Area secured. Do another sweep. Found him. Take him down. Stay alert. I see him. At my location. In my sight. Hold him back. I'm empty. My God. Say good night. Get back here.
Come back here. Okay, I love that. Stop. Okay.
Idea what you're doing? Who you've just declared war on? I said, shut up. Guard the exits.
Too much firepower.
Come back here and
Need to
say
be smart
goodnight.
about this.
Create a smoke screen. Okay. I'll do that.
Wait. Whoa.
Don't get up.
God, I love how these vents are just big enough for a grown adult to just saunter through.
Watch out.
Could use a smoke screen. Time for a smoke break. No.
Go check on them and watch your back. I can hear you moving. Show yourself. He's alive, but a man to eat down. Why won't you die? Right with you.
Oh God, okay. I was stuck. It unstuck me, that's nice. I'm glad that it has like an unstuck mechanic, but I was stuck in this like slanted platform like fucking Spider-Man.
Took you long enough.
Em, listen to me. I've no part in this.
No need. I just watched you take down a handful of intruders. I'm not sure which side you're on, Bond, but it's clearly not theirs.
How did this happen?
You need an earpiece. The man you just fought was tuned into our frequency. Grab his. I'll update you on the way. And
If he was tuned into our frequency, that means they can hear everything we say. Why would I grab it?
I'm reactivating your Q lens. You'll need all the help you can get.
Thank you, Mom. I was feeling rather naked without it. Proceed.
Take the back stairs down to operations. Find Moneypenny. If anyone can raise this lockdown, it's her.
Moneypenny's here.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset. Stay focused.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that.
Duly noted.
Excuse me.
Someone please be alive in there.
Oh, okay.
Stay with me, Henry. We'll get out of this, you hear me?
No, bad hair guy, no! I like bad hair guy.
Whitlock, he's gone.
No!
I'll take it from here. Get yourself to safety.
Take care of him. He's only resting.
Sure. He's only resting. He's up in heaven with the bad barbers now.
Team moving in. No sign of target.
Move to position. All teams block exits.
Roger that. Stand put.
There are hostages here. I know these people.
Stay on objective. You won't help anyone by getting yourself killed.
Stay quiet. I won't let them hurt you.
Oh, okay.
You are going down. Target spotted. Right bloody. Get out of my shot. Got him zeroed in. Right bloody there! Move! You're blocking me! Finger on the trigger! Oh my! Push them back! Don't hesitate! I've got to be there! On my position! Teammate got eyes on him!
Oh, I don't have a thing, right.
Pressing his flank.
Nope, he went a different way.
Get down! Get ready! Oh, my sight! Over there! Take it down! Got him!
All right.
Sweet dreams.
Now we go quiet. Next time,
shh. Keep your head down.
Yeah. Shh. Keep your head down. Shh. Don't alert the guards, whatever you do. This is a ninja mission.
Out the pod. No sign of Moneypenny. She was reviewing the security feeds. The hostiles are taking out the cameras. They're heading down.
Towards Thea. Yes, I've noticed that too.
That's gotta be it. Moneypenny's gone to protect the core.
Good girl.
What's the fastest way there?
Stairs are out of the question. Give me a moment. I'll plot a way down.
one lump or two.
There he is! Engage him! One down! Frag grenade out!
They brought snipers.
That's ambitious. Get rid of them. It's the only way forward.
He's in my sight!
Okay, there are too many of them now. There are too many of them to do that. Okay. Really? 3 shots?
He's in my sight! There!
Jesus, this gun fucking sucks!
He's not as sharp as he looks! Look! He's in my sight! He's good! Stay sharp! Pressure the target. Bring him down. I can see it! On my position!
Bond, I found a utility shaft. It'll
Hold that thought, Mom. Busy at the moment.
Quick! While he's reloading! I'm moving in! Watch your heads!
I got that guy coming over. That was great.
Get him out of there! Take cover!
They brought snipers.
That's ambitious. Get rid of them. It's the only way forward.
Bullets alone won't cut it. Need to get creative.
God damn, stay down, stay down, stay down.
He's holding his position!
He's dug in. Gotta find another way.
I know, I'm realized. I got it.
Bullets alone won't cut it. Need to get creative.
Stop moving! Drive him out! Lost him! Target spotted! At my location! Got me pinned down!
He's dug in. Gotta find another way. Bullets alone won't cut it. Need to get creative.
Okay. Oh my God, no! I didn't know it was gonna explode. I thought it was gonna create a fucking smoke screen!
Oh, I am an idiot. I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
Time for a cuppa.
Sounds like my man! Got him! Found him! Over here! Move the cover! I've got a beat on him!
Bond, I found a utility shaft.
Hold that door, Bob. Let's give you the moment.
Took a bullet! Take, he's moving! Taking the flank! Hold for over there! He's in cover! Here on the stairs! Here on the stairs! He's out of sight!
They brought snipers.
That's ambitious. Get rid of them. It's
fucking shit! God damn it, dude.
He's close. Behind them. On, done. Got two sugars, right?
Bond, I found a utility shaft.
Hold that door, Bob. Let's give you the moment.
Got an angle. Pin him down. Now. Hold it. He's not moving. Push him out. Got him. I've got eyes on him. He's butchering.
They brought snipers.
That's ambitious. Get rid of them. It's the only way forward.
Stay. I'm injured.
Bullets alone won't cut it. Need to get
Yes,
creative.
I know.
One down.
Oh, okay.
I'm reloading. Keep him off me.
He's dug in. Gotta find another way.
Stay put. Here on the stairs.
Bullets alone won't cut it. That should even the playing field.
Fuck you.
You were saying? Something about a utility shaft.
Yes, there's an access panel in the skiff room. It'll take you all the way. Doesn't appear to be compromised.
This is almost too easy.
All right. Corrigal, thank you for the 108 months. 9 goddamn years, man. Fuck you. Oh. The Squire Marksman rifle. Sure. Sure. More bullets? You bet. I go in and out of License to Kill.
Okay, I think it's about time you told me what happened.
The hostiles used our own security protocols against us. They feigned an attack in the lobby, triggering an auto-lockdown of the lower levels. This allowed a secondary strike team to breach the facility through the tunnels in Q-Lab, effectively sealing you off from the outside world. I called an SCO-19 unit, but those tunnels are a maze, and likely booby-trapped. They won't get there in time. I'm afraid you're all I've got.
What else is new?
Well, Cleopatra, if you're a dev, then I gotta say, fucking great game. It can be frustrating at times, and I yell a lot anyways. But it's well done. I'm having a blast. You just happen to come to a part where I couldn't settle it with my fisticuffs. I actually had to shoot people. I'm obviously, you know, as you can tell, probably not the best at shooting
That thing will
people.
cut me to ribbons.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Up there. All right. Really? Okay. No, that's where I came from. Oh, there's yellow paint. Look for the yellow, dipshit.
Any idea who's behind this?
Ask your tight-lipped friend. Her people rank at the top of my list.
Isola. I don't think so. She ran away from the intruders in the null space.
Perhaps she failed them one too many times.
Why did I need to turn that off? All I did was slide it.
Nice people.
Moneypenny's wallet. She must have dropped it. Okay. It's a new
Lab is coming
collectible.
up.
Q. Is he safe?
The lab was the first department to lose surveillance. I just don't know.
It's not your wallet. It's a collectible.
Everyone rounded up and accounted for.
All except head of branch. Staff may be covering for it.
Ah, Q. Head of branch. Head of branch.
Look around you. Anyone with this much imagination is a threat in my book.
Oh, he's in the couch thing. Oh, nice.
Q's fine. He's laying low.
Finally, a bit of luck.
What the hell is Moneypenny thinking? She can't stop these guys on her own.
She's a resourceful girl, Bond. Besides, she kept a standard issue service pistol in her pod. I'm sure she brought it.
Yeah, well, I saw her range scores. Not a single bullet hit the sheet. Moneypenny, you better not be dead. Brilliant. Didn't need that anyway.
Bond, as soon as you enter Thea's Faraday layer, our comms will be cut off.
Feeling separation anxiety creeping in, Mom?
What's worse is they've activated Thea's magnetic shielding, meaning you'll have to enter the core unarmed. I don't need to tell you what's at stake.
Don't worry, I'll be careful.
I don't want you to be careful. I want you to be you.
Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom. Ow, ow, ow. It's hot. It's hot. Hot water flow. Hot water pipe. Obi-Wan with 51 months. Thank you very much, Obi.
The hell?
Hey, guys.
Universal Exports? I need to dispatch a shipment of assholes. Is this the right floor? Drop him! I'm in!
Time to...
Yep. Right floor.
I needed a shipment of assholes. I fucking love it. That's a great line.
About to enter. Signing out.
See you on the other side.
I left my gun behind because Faraday cage, maybe? I don't know.
James. Oh, James, I was hoping that you'd try and save the day. Tell me.
So I guess
How do you like the new look?
Wasn't enough pipe, huh?
You grew a spine. Well done.
Good line.
You sobbing. You're killing me.
Not yet, I'm
Come
not.
here. You've had quite the run, haven't you? My father, dead. The truth out. My legacy, my inheritance, all gone.
All except for good old Thayer here, eh? Luckily, I had a host of buyers already lined up. Each one more unsavory than the last. And it's all thanks to you. How does it feel, James? How does it feel to really make a difference?
James.
It's all right, do what he says. Go on, do what James tells you.
Take it and go.
I'm told my father died in your arms. It's not fair, you know. You hogging all the fun.
Moneypenny, don't move. I'm gonna stabilize the bleeding.
James. Oh, James, you have to listen.
Don't talk. On! Shoo! She's bleeding out.
Okay, I've got her now. I've got her. Damien's only escape is through the tunnels. I've slowed him down, but it's up to you to stop him. Whatever it takes, Bond. Here, take this. This is a special edition. It's the master key to the lab. Unlocks the entire arsenal.
No offense, Q, but I'll need more than a man in a couch.
We have the Valhalla. It's the only thing with enough firepower. Get the keys from my coat and wearables. Now go! While there's
Wearables.
still time.
Got it. Okay.
The watch will guide your way.
Valhalla. I'm on it.
Hang on, Moneypenny. You're in good hands.
Down the hatch. Let's go.
Hang on, Moneypenny. You're in good hands.
Where am I? Where am I running to? I don't even know. Not that way. Shit. Fuck. I'm in a box. I'm in a glass cage of emotion. Okay. No, that's where I came through. Shit. Oh.
Never ceases to amaze.
Now what? Gotta be some bridge controls.
Jump! Come on. What up, Duke? Thank you, Duke, for the 50 big months.
At Ezekiel_3, howdy, good sir.
Come on, keep moving. Can't let Damien get out.
I said push! Oh my god, push the fucking trolley. Jesus Christ. Some of those X-Tromps are tough. Tough! Why the mask, but why male models?
Approaching Q-Lab. Alpha device detected. Welcome back, Q.
Thanks. It's good to be back.
First come, first serve.
Grab what you can! We're leaving!
Damien.
You've been holding out on us.
Brace yourself! Leave it be. Somebody's in Richard! I'm there!
Go check on them. Watch yourself.
They've been knocked out.
Get it.
Show you!
Oh shit, I don't have a gun. What? 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 There's nothing in here. Not even an umbrella. Okay. They lost me.
Not this one. Like a needle in a walk-in closet. Got it. I'll take good care of her, Q.
Intruder alert. Emergency lockdown in progress. Repeat. Intruder alert. Emergency lockdown in progress.
That one. That one. And that one. There we go. Okay.
Shit. Could have mentioned the motion sensors, Q.
I didn't do nothing. What are you?
See here.
Let's have a look.
Forget it.
Gotta do something about that lockdown. Should try Q's laptop.
What is going on? Could be nearby, right? Hey, rookie! Investigation protocol. Move!
Lockdown override initiated. Lockdown override disrupted.
What? Oh.
No idea what that was about.
Lockdown override resumed.
Looks suspect. Checking here.
Oh my fucking god. Of course.
I can feel it. They're close. This should be easy. We'll nab him.
Should be.
Override in progress. 25% complete.
Go investigate. Just watch your back. Gotta locate the tape. Bloody hell. Watch your eyes!
Override in progress. 50% complete.
Come on. Pick it up.
I think he's around here.
What in the world?
Forget it.
Go, now! It's him, on the stairs!
Nope.
Covering fire! He's what? Grenade out!
Override in progress. 75% complete. Rig defense mode engaged. Deploying laser turrets. Stand clear.
I see him!
Join the light, chauffeur! Hope you brought your shades.
Go, go! Throwing frag grenade! He's held up here on the stairs! We need more cover!
Override sequence complete. Raising lockdown.
That's my cue to leave.
Yep. That's my cue. Shit. Fuck. That's my cue. That's my cue.
Time.
Stealthy, guys. I did that real stealthy.
Everyone get ready to clear out.
Nope, but I can take this.
Cut him down.
Q, we have unwanted visitors.
So we do. How about we show them some English hospitality?
Certainly.
Smokescreen, oil slick, sonic cannon.
Aston Martin, there it is.
Activate flamethrower.
Flamethrower not applicable.
Damn it. What about missiles?
Missiles. Full stock.
All right. Here we go.
Arming missiles. 12% complete. Stand by.
Oh, come on.
Activate machine guns.
Machine guns armed and ready to fire.
Yes. Now we're talking.
Voice analysis complete. You are not Q. You are Bond. James.
You got me.
How did he die?
Q. It's fine. Why?
He said he would let you drive me over his dead body.
Well, desperate times.
Grenade away. Grenade.
Missiles armed and loaded.
We did it. Let's go. That was fun. Yeah, that's why I had to stop. I was starting to get dizzy.
I don't see Damien.
That would be him.
Should I worry?
Short of an ICBM, you're quite safe inside.
Well,
what's he doing? The door's stuck.
I'll raise a ticket with tech support.
You're not helping. That is a nasty dent, James. I do hope you have insurance. Sit tight. The end is coming.
Gotta be a way out of this wreck.
I resent that.
Wait. Activate ejector seat.
Are you quite sure?
Just do it.
Oh, god damn it, that's all we get with a car? We don't even get to drive the fucking thing? God damn it, dude. Alright. Maybe later. Also, can I have one of your guns? One of your many, many guns? Nope, I just stick with the pistol, I guess. I killed a bunch of unarmed men making gun noises. Pow, 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 pow. Holy fuck, he's got real ordnance. Shit! What are we doing here?
You don't know when to quit, do you, James?
Apparently not. Wait, did he put that up?
What's wrong, James? You can't keep up. I'm waiting. Over here. Hurry up, James. The clock is ticking.
You dick. You waited until I was all the way up here to do that.
Tell me, James, how long can you hold your breath?
Top of the class.
Well, congratulations. You get to die last.
Hey! What the hell is he up to?
I don't think they made me go all the way back, right? Probably not. Oh, there we go. God damn.
Good God, James! You must have a death wish. Well, I'm only happy to oblige.
Yeah, no.
It's no use, James. You'll need to pack more punch than that. Better run.
Gadgets are down. Some kind of jamming tech. His suit glitched when he grabbed me. I get close enough, maybe I can hack it.
Come out, James!
It's working.
It's working. Ow! Fuck, I'm dead.
Gadgets are down. Some kind of jamming tech. His suit glitched when he grabbed me. I get close enough, maybe I can hack it.
Come out, James!
All right. Well, that worked. Jammer's down, gadgets are back. Now to wreak some havoc.
How's Moneypenny doing, James? Surely she must have bled out by now. One more notch on the old belt, eh?
Lucky for her, you stab as well as you shoot. Come on, stay low, keep moving, use the environment. You got this.
Oh, it was the vent. Fuck me.
You're running out of friends, James. When this is all over, I'll be sure to pay a visit to your close friend, Cressida Bright. I never did like to leave a job not finished.
Blast her to suit. A couple more hits should do it.
Got a trace. Can't hide, James.
Okay. I shot lube on the ground.
Keep moving. Use the environment. You got this.
Come on. Show your face.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, this should tickle your fancy, James. Of all the interested Thea buyers, one in particular stands out. A private investor who offers to double any rival bid and sweeten the deal by delivering my father's killer. Apparently, Isela failed them one too many times.
One's sympathizers. That stung?
Yeah.
Oh!
While he's down.
Got him! Okay. Sort of. Well, got him is relative, I guess.
Bombs. You're flooding the tunnels. You're gonna kill everyone. Bang on! There's enough water in this reservoir to turn MI6 underground into a fish tank. By the time they sort out what's transpired, I'll be long gone.
Gotta find a way to damage him. Those sentry guns should do it.
Are you sure you brought enough firepower?
I had to keep the riffraff away! We set up turrets at every sewer junction. They'll blast anything that moves. I'm afraid that SCO-19 unit won't make it in time. If they make it at all.
Oh, reach. I have to reach them first. Okay. Wow. Right in the dome. Right in the dome.
Gotta find a way to damage him. Those sentry guns should do it.
Are you sure you brought enough firepower?
Wow, okay, so that is just a death zone, huh? I can't even make that jump? Alright, cool. Fine. Great, grand, wonderful.
Gotta find a way to damage him. Those sentry guns should do it.
Are you sure you brought enough firepower?
I had to keep the riffraff away! We set up turrets in every sewer junction. They'll blast anything that moves. I'm afraid that SCO-19 unit won't make it in time. If they make it at all. Bastard.
Okay, you just have to wait till he's done firing, okay.
Turrets are synced to Damien's weapon. They aim where he ends.
Tell me, James. How did my father cash in his chips? Did he have any last words?
They did mention he should have had that vasectomy.
Nope. There we go.
Okay. Turrets follow Damien's every move. Give him something to aim at.
No. Fucking fuck! Oh, that was the way to go. It's not.
Gotta find a way to damage him. Those sentry guns should do it.
Are you sure you brought enough firepower?
Turrets are synced to Damien's weapon. They aim where he aims.
Tell me, James. How did my father cash in his chips?
Bastard.
Did he have any last words?
They did mention he should have had that vasectomy.
Okay. Turrets follow Damien's every move. Something to aim at.
Okay, so I gotta trigger that thing and then just book. Because we get one round of shots to get up there. It's the wrong way again? Is it the wrong way?
Find a way to damage him.
Fuck's sake, man.
Those sentry guns should do it.
Are you sure you brought enough firepower? I had to keep a riffraff away. We set up turrets in every sewer junction. Don't blast anything that moves.
Turrets are synced to Damien's weapon. They aim where he aims.
Tell me, James.
Bastard.
How did my father cash in his chips? Did he have any last words?
They did mention he should have had that vasectomy.
Okay. Turrets follow Damien's every move. Let's give him something to aim at. Shit. Maybe I can override the turrets.
Let's turn the tables.
There we go.
There. Fun's over.
I gotta do one more. At least one more.
One more turret. Let's go.
No, 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 fuck! I should have waited. Fucking shit! Tell me there's a checkpoint. Fuck! Okay, good.
One more turret. Let's go.
I can't say I'm gonna miss the old bastard! His lecturing, his saintly posturing, the way that he carried his sin with such earnest conviction. What a fraud! At least I'm honest about who I am!
On that thought while I fetch the world's smallest violin.
Oh, you got a haircut.
And you're gonna stop me?
No need. Kill yourself just to get to me. You don't have it in you.
Where you got me pegged. The truth is, you have set me free, James. I have never felt so alive.
Best go out on a high then.
Stay down. All I gotta do is walk out the door, and I'm home free. Just lie back and accept defeat. Nothing to be ashamed of. Lord knows you tried. No! Why do you keep on fighting? After all you've done for these people, they locked you up. You owe them nothing.
Ah, third time's
I'm
the charm.
afraid the boys in accounting would disagree.
Fine. I'll bring your neck.
All mouth.
It's end of the line, James. You have failed. Everyone around you. Your parents.
He's
your
doing the
mentor,
Zeke Mania. No,
your
the
friends.
Zeke Mania special move.
Even for all your pluck.
No, Jarhead, thank you for the 96 months. Oh, that was a while ago.
Single one. And now you will die. Unknown, unloved, and alone. Not alone.
Ah, nice safe water. Top of his class. Oh, it mirrors the intro scene. That's a nice touch. Oh, look. She's coming to save me. Isn't that nice? Oh, never mind. That's awesome. Oh, that's great. Perfect. Oh, okay.
Don't get used to it.
In memory of John Greenway. That's a great comment. I gotta read it as soon as the ads are done. And they are done. Okay. First of all, thank you for Fluffy Quack for the raid. I appreciate it. And Good Kevin, I loved your comment. These commercials have the worst timing. Not that there's ever a good time for a Minions Wendy's meal. That shit made me laugh, dude. That's great. All right, let's see. And unpause.
The service was beautiful.
We're at MI5 or MI6 Dad's
Rifle salute.
Yes.
grave.
Well, Webb was a national treasure. Nothing less would do.
It doesn't feel right, does it?
Spies live and die in the dark, Bond. You want medals? Join the Olympics. In case you're wondering, all charges against you have been dropped.
Bright's a reasonable man.
Bright's a survivor. We came to an understanding. I testify that all he's guilty of is keeping bad company. He gets off my back and doubles our budget. Everybody wins. Congratulations.
007.
I suppose this makes you 001.
Wouldn't be right.
Oh.
Actually, Mom, I thought since I was the 7th recruit.
Happens to be my lucky number. Just don't tell anyone.
It's not over, you know. Someone pulled me out of that water and made off with Thea. There's only one person it can be.
There's an unseen hand operating in the shadows, playing a game we know nothing about. How that is even possible keeps me awake at night. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to do some digging. 007.
Mom, I thought you'd never ask.
Oh, was that it? Oh, I thought I had more. James Bond will return. That was a good game, dude. Yeah, really good. I enjoyed it. I hope I gave you a different playthrough than other people. My smash mouth style of gameplay. Like, I'll stealth as long as I can, and it's done. Now I'm not stealthing anymore. 9 out of 10. Thank you. I'm glad if you enjoyed it, I'm glad you did. If you didn't, I don't know what to tell you. That's how I play these games. That's how I played Hitman. It's how I'll play probably IO Interactive games from here on out. Is I'll stealth as long as I can, which is usually not very long, and then I'll just start punching and shooting. But yeah, great game all the way through. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I liked Wrecking Ball. No, during these credits, I was hoping to crowdsource like what should I play tomorrow? What would you guys like to see tomorrow? Sicily gifting a sub to this game sucks. Awesome. A single beard hair. I don't even know where it is, man. Is it on this side? It's like upper level this side, right? Other side, okay. Oh, I think it's this guy. Yep. Oh, it's not a gray one, even. We have not got an if-then game yet. We did get a winner, but we haven't got a response yet. From Enshem75. Still waiting to hear back from them. still have, oh, the Unhinged game. Yeah. Ooh, yes, I do. I have that on a sticky note right here. Unhinged Netflix game. Yeah, that might be pretty fun. Is it? Oh, it's really short? Okay. Is it really? It's not an hour long of credits, is it? Oh, Unhinged is only like an hour max? Really? Fuck. Alright. Mina the Hollower. Credits are 34 minutes. Wow, okay. The credits have already rolled twice. Oh, Saros. I haven't checked out Saros at all. Let me see what is on my wish list that has come out. Release date. Let's see. Feed the Pit, Lost Man. These are all, oh, some of these are wish listed from the game cat, or the game, what's it called? The Summer Games Fest. Oh, Saros, is it PlayStation only? Okay. I have not played that, and it's by the same devs of Returnal, right? Yeah, okay.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
Just out of curiosity. Okay, Saros is about 20 hours. 20-ish hours. Give or take. How did my audition go? Did I get a call back? My audition for what? I didn't audition for anything. No, Nicodemus. No. I didn't audition for anything. There's a joke there that I'm missing. Same kind of roguelite with drip feed story. Okay. They did a lot to help to improve the shooting in Saros compared to Returnal. Okay. Maybe Emberville? No, what's supposed to release tomorrow? Oh, that's right. It's Pal World. Pal World is releasing tomorrow. I do have, no, that's a funny thing. I do have, I have this. Oh yeah, I bought it. Oh, I played about an hour of it. It's pretty fun. But it'd be funner with another person. I'll have to get Max to block out some time with me to play that. Yeah, I could do the Doom Dark Ages DLC. For sure. Is it paid DLC? Oh, what the fuck? Was it? Oh, did I get it on Game Pass? I must have got it on Game Pass. No, I did not play Unhinged yet, no. Okay. Yep. Doom Dark Ages. Does it? I mean, would it say somewhere that I've got, like, because I got, I tried to get all the achievements for this. I got I got all of them, but one glitched out. Hmm. Oh, not last use. Oh, by title. There we go. Dead Space, Diablo. Oh, there we go. Doom the Dark Ages. Okay. Yeah, 40 hours, 13 minutes. There it is. Okay, there are more achievements. Oh. Weird. Oh, they added more for the DLC, I'm guessing. Is Assassin's Creed Black Flag, is it out yet? The remake? Oh, it came out today. Okay. I'm guessing isn't it exclusive? God damn it. No, it's not? Okay. There it is. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. Mixed reviews, though. What are the mixed reviews all about? Oh, because of microtransactions? Oh, okay. All right. No, I'm honestly like, I'm leaning towards Saros because I loved Returnal, and if it's anything like Returnal, I'll probably like it a lot. Horse armor. He liked it better than Returnal. Okay. Okay. Maybe that's what we'll fire up tomorrow. Good. Good. We have something to play tomorrow. Good. No, it's PlayStation only, apparently. For at least a while. Or forever, whatever. I don't know. Oh, Sony isn't bringing stuff over anymore. Okay. Well, that's stupid and sucks. Why wouldn't they? Like, do it a few years later. Like, do it 2 years later. And you'll just make more money when it comes to PC. I don't understand why they wouldn't do that. No, I mean, it's in their interest to make more money, right? They make very little from PC sales. Okay. We want to push console sales. If we bring exclusive to PC, delayed even, people will wait out and not buy our stuff and join our ecosystem. Yeah. I mean, here I am talking about it, going like, well, if it's only going to come to fucking PlayStation, I guess I'll play it there. So I guess it makes sense. All right, now we get to see if there's an after credit scene. Is there? Perhaps. Nope. Damn it. Oh well. You can do tactical simulations, but I'm good. All right. That is going to do it for me today. I'm going to take this last hour and I'm just going to chill on the couch and watch GDQ, which I haven't been able to do lately because we only have one TV in the house. So we got to pick something we both like. So, all right, Saros. I'm gonna fire up Saros tomorrow and see what that's all about. So, I hope to see you here for that. But for now, I'm out of here. I'll see you next time. I'll see you tomorrow. Yep. Sorry, Bubba. Yep. There you go. Okay. All right. Until next time.
For all of my Berserkers. And for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!